Hi, I'm back. I know I streamed last night. I'm streaming tonight. We gotta unfortunately roll the ads, and then wow, then we can yap, okay? Because I feel like I got some things on my mind. Just me getting ready made me think of a few things, as well as what I was doing before the stream. So we'll get into it in about 3 minutes. Sorry I'm late. I was thirst trapping. No, sometimes the point is not to thirst trap. Don't get it twisted. Sometimes I am just advertising what I do. But when you're just like super hot doing whatever you do, like people think it's a thirst trap. Like it's not my fault that my tits look like this in this dress. Like you can't be mad at me about my truth. You know, like I'm not even doing anything. You can't see the dress at all. This is what I wore for my birthday. This chair slides down. This is my birthday dress. I haven't worn it since my birthday. I do like not a full stand, but okay. That was see comes with the territory of being voluptuous. It seems like I was showing off. I was just showing you the dress. The way I fill it out, that's not my fault. Except, I guess, in a way it is. I be eating, you know. I don't know what to tell you. Okay. Anyway. Sorry. So, I'm glad that I'm talking about the dress because that allows me to address something that was on my mind while I was getting ready. So, I want to light this candle, but I had to use incense to light the candle. So, I'm lighting some incense and a candle. I tried other categories. I tried just chatting. I tried art. I was going to do makeup when I was doing my nails. I'm just more comfortable in tarot territory. You know what I mean? I'm more comfortable here. I feel like the conversation is more relevant to people on this channel. Anyway, something that was on my mind when I was getting ready is when I wore this for my birthday. And we went to this like fancy Italian place. I've been to fancier. Okay, my birthday 2 years ago, I actually went to like the fanciest restaurant I've ever been to. And it was so fun that I was like, I gotta do this shit again. Like I started celebrating my birthday because my 32nd birthday was so fun that I was like, actually, I love celebrating my birthday, which I really hadn't done a lot in my life. Even my friend was like, oh, you always celebrate your birthdays. I'm like, girl, when was the last time we celebrated a birthday since our 21st? Actually, she brought that up. She's like, oh, you love celebrating your birthdays. I'm like, when was the last time I celebrated my birthday? And she goes, well, we got the venue for our 21st. And I was like, yeah, and hardly anybody came. Which is embarrassing to admit. I should not be putting our young selves on blast like that. But also, that was a long time ago, babe. That was a long time ago. And that actually was part of the reason I didn't throw birthdays after that. Or care about my birthday. I also, you know, always did like stuff with my family, so I didn't have to invite anyone. They would just show up, and that was enough for me. Or even like smaller sanctions of family, just dinner. That was enough. But I had so much fun a couple years ago that I was like, I'm into birthdays now. I'm always asking my friends like, what are we doing for your birthday? Can I do something for your birthday? You know, so we're already planning. I think. A party for my friend whose birthday is Leo season. So I'm super excited. I also would just throw a party. We were talking about how the summer of Barbie was so good. Right? And I remember going to that movie so excited and I was so critical of it. I didn't enjoy it, blah, 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 blah. And then it's like pouring rain right now. It just started pouring rain. I was so critical of it, and then I did a whole fucking 2-hour stream about everything that I thought was wrong with the movie, and then at the end of it, I was like 9 out of 10. The spirit of Barbie was in us all, and it was amazing. And we were talking about how much we miss it, and I was like, we should just have like a Barbie party to celebrate the anniversary of the Barbie movie in July. Like, find out what day it came out and do it that day. And my friend was like, Barbenheimer? And I was like, absolutely not watching Oppenheimer as much as I love Cillian Murphy. So we're going to swap out Oppenheimer for another Cillian Murphy movie, which I have some ideas about. I also saw some discourse online about the Barbie movie and how it was like not that good and dumb and racist. And I was like, okay. I mean, okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I think the solution would have been to have geared it towards men. That was part of my original dissertation on what I didn't like about the Barbie movie is they could have gotten the Kens, so to speak, hyped up for the movie, and the message would have gotten across to the right audience in a better, more functional way. Like, that's my personal opinion. Whatever. If they had, they said this Barbie, this Barbie, this Barbie, they did like one Ken thing. And there was the meme generator. I don't know. It's just like you should have gotten the men to root for their team better, like got them more involved. I don't know. That's, again, just my opinion. This is my regular coffee from today. But yeah, I get the complaints because I also complained about it for like 2 hours straight. I get it. But the camaraderie of it all and the way that it really, like, I don't know, it definitely happened for me, but I do feel like I wasn't the only one that it brought back a sense of girlhood for a lot of people for a lot of reasons. I was like engaging in my femininity before that. I would say, when was that? Maybe like 2017, 2018. I was starting to get into allowing myself to be into pink and stuff again and wearing more dresses and everything. But I still was, it was not hyper feminine. I feel like the Barbie movie kind of like did me in on that. Where now I just love all things girly and I love spending time with my girls and da 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 da. I think it also has a lot to do with the people that you're surround yourself with, whatever. But anyway, it really wasn't the point. Was not to talk about the Barbie movie or parties. I was just talking about my birthday, and I thought about all of this. So, I was thinking about how we went to this like fancy Italian place, and when I went to the even fancier Italian place a couple of years ago, I do remember what I wore, and I didn't necessarily like dress down or tone down my outfit. I wore a skirt that I had been waiting to wear for a special occasion, wanted to debut it, so to speak. And I wore some velvet thing I haven't worn yet. Okay, there's pictures somewhere. But I didn't tone myself down, right? So it was odd in a way. This year on my birthday, like I said, I wore this dress, very simple, very tete. I don't know, there's no real way around that. My days are just hanging out in this one. Has a pattern, light colors, whatever. I had the right shoes, I had the right hat, I had the right, I really toned down my accessories. And part of it was because I had the hat and the dress and the purse and whatever. And right now I'm only wearing 2 rings. That's very, very rare for me to only be wearing 2 rings. I like being knucked up, if you will. I like at least 3 on each hand, sometimes 4. Pinky rings are a little tricky because I don't have a lot of rings that fit my pinkies. They're either slightly too small or slightly too big. So I mostly do that at work. Part of the reason that I like a lot of jewelry is because I don't do a lot of grounding. I know, it sounds crazy with the work that I do, but I don't do a lot of grounding. I, in a sense, rely on my jewelry to keep me protected in a way. So if I'm using my hands for readings, right, I have rings on all my fingers except my thumbs. I don't have any thumb rings. No point to me. I have rings on all my fingers to basically ward off people's energy. And I don't think that's a common practice. Most people have grounding techniques and like ritualistic things they do to protect themselves in these scenarios, but I don't. It's just never been my thing. I don't know why. I like burning incense, but I don't, that's it. I might spray something, use some oil or something, but I don't get that deep into it. That's what my jewelry is for. And I have always been that way because I used to tell people that you'll never really see me naked because I'll always have jewelry on. And it's like a big deal to me if I am like genuinely completely naked with no fucking jewelry on. It's like the most vulnerable I can be, right? So I like a lot of layers of necklaces. I wear my cuffs, my bracelets, and usually I have rings on my fingers. So when I was getting dressed up for my birthday, it's like, and belt chains. I love having something around my waist. That's a big one. I wore bells for a long time. I had like multiple colors of bells, fairy bells. At this point, I'm down to just black. I don't know. I had pink, red, yellow, purple, and black, and now I don't know where the rest of them are. I maybe gave them away. They might be in a box somewhere. I really don't know, but I have black. That's it. So I wear black sometimes. But I'll wear this one a lot because it's the biggest one I have, and then I have a couple gold ones. I have some that are two that I broke because I'm a big bitch. I put them on too tight, you know. But that is how I personally stay grounded with the work that I do, and even when I'm socializing, because the thing is like I'm not working when I go out and I socialize, but sometimes people find out what I do and they want. And that's fine. I'm not mad at them. I obviously have a lot to give because I receive so much. That's fine with me. If people are like, "But get it reading. What do you think? What do you get off me?" Like, I'll do it. I don't care unless I really don't like that person or I'm really fucking exhausted, which I don't really get socially exhausted at all. I crave human interaction pretty much 24/7. It's actually crazy. And I don't know when this started for me because I used to like very much enjoy my alone time and be very productive and even connect with my guides or spirits or people, right? This smoke is spiraling in such a beautiful way. I've never seen it in such a perfect swirl. It's not even staying in a perfect swirl, now that I've said it. It's not doing it anymore. That's crazy. I'd never seen it do that before. There it is. Oh my god, that's so cool. I've never seen it. And these are like the regular incense that I always burn. That's so nuts. Hopefully the picture conveys what I'm seeing, you know. But yeah, so I like my jewelry. And when I was dressing up for my birthday this year, I toned it down. Pretty sure I didn't wear the belt. I wore like one ring on each finger. I wore my Betsy Johnson earrings, which are very funky, but they're still like not huge or anything. I wore my beret, and I don't even know what necklace. I probably wore this necklace, and that was maybe it. Or maybe I didn't stack. I don't know. I don't even remember. I'd have to look at a picture. You may be wondering, what's your fucking point? Okay. My point is, fuck Coco Chanel. Yeah, that's my fucking point. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why did I tone it down for my birthday? Because I was going somewhere fancy. And it's Coco Chanel's fault, okay? I know, listen, I don't give a fuck how anyone feels about that woman. I should say, I don't give a fuck how anyone feels about her brand. She is dead. Deader than dead. Did you change your name? Who are you? You've been following? Oh no, you've only been following me for 2 months, so we probably haven't interacted very much. A month. So you probably came to one stream before. Hey Jeeb. Fuck Coco Chanel, though. I know, this was a very long road to take. This was part of the, part of the reason that I went with the Streamtress title, because I was thinking about how she's a seamstress. Fuck Coco Chanel. Fuck Coco Chanel. I'll say it over and over again. So I have a fucking knockoff Coco Chanel. Oh, cool. Okay. Um, and I don't feel bad about it. And again, she's dead, so I'm not judging anybody who like is into that stuff, right? And I know that some of her designs are beautiful. I love my knockoff, my big pink knockoff bag. That's fine. Um, Fuck her, okay? Because here's the thing. She lived in the late 1800s, early 1900s, okay? And why do I know anything about Coco Chanel? Because I love Audrey Tautou, and she is one of my favorite actresses, and she plays Coco Chanel in the movie Coco Before Chanel. So I watched it because I was in the mood to watch an Audrey Tautou movie. I don't even know if that's how you say her name. She's French. Okay. Amelie, right? Y'all know who I'm talking about. Mood Indigo, one of my favorites. Super, don't watch that if you're mentally unstable. Straight up. Do not watch this shit if you are mentally unstable. Whoo! It is a fantastic movie, but it is like bizarre. Bizarre. It's not like any other movie you've ever seen before. Highly recommend, but also be very careful. Okay. So she's in Amelie is my all-time favorite movie. I've seen that movie so many times, and I couldn't quote it because it's all in French. But you know, again, Moon Indigo, great movie. High Roller, Jesus Roller, whatever. That was fucking trash. I cannot believe she took that. He Loves Me, He Loves Me Not. Chef's fucking Kiss. That movie is so fucking good. That movie. Oh, it's so good. And I don't want to say anything about it or the genre that I would consider it because I just wouldn't want to give away anything about the plot. It was so good. So good. Um I guess it's kind of a thriller. Like I think it's very obviously a thriller, right? Um I don't know. I've seen a bunch of her fucking movies and I still have more to watch, okay? I love her. So I was like, fuck it. I will read or I will watch Coco Before Chanel. So I hated everything I learned about this woman. One thing that I already knew about Coco Chanel, and this one thing only, is that she was a dirty fucking bitch and worked with the Nazis. Yeah, she was ratting people out to fucking Nazis in World War II. Okay, and this woman had already had a brand and an empire. Okay, and I know times are hard for everyone, but did you not? You didn't see this coming. You didn't prepare for war. You don't have finances. You don't own your house. Nothing where you can sell off something. Like I get fashion is one of the first industries to go, but honestly it's not because that's part of what keeps people alive and connected to their reality during hard times, which is exactly why there are never mind. I don't want to get too into it. I'm not even trying to get super political about it, but there was you could not convince me that she had to do anything. Would you not rather at the hands of evil people than become them? She wanted to do that shit. She like, I can't. So I already knew that about her. That's why I was kind of like, I don't even know. I shouldn't even watch this documentary. But again, she's dead. She's not making any money off this shit. And Audrey Tautou, my favorite actress, and she killed it as Coco. She killed it as Coco. I'll give her that. Killed it as Coco. Um, that slut, that whore, that bitch of a woman. Okay, I hate her. I like really hate her. Because not only was she a fucking Nazi, but she ruined fashion. She ruined fashion. Okay. Calming down. Getting my thoughts out. Coco Before Chanel. So she was an orphan. Her and her sister, they were together. They performed. They used to sing. Oh my gosh, so tragic. It's like, you actually kind of feel bad for her at some point in the beginning of the movie, right? Okay. So, she like basically meets a rich guy. I don't even know how much of this is true, right? Like, I don't even know if it's all true, but this is what's going on in the movie, okay? So she meets this rich guy, and her sister meets a rich guy, and the rich guy wants her sister to come live in his house and be his wife or have his baby. I don't know. And so her sister went, and she was like, oh my God, that's great. So little Miss Coco Chanel, whose name wasn't Coco, but they used to sing this song about Coco, a dog, Coco. And because they sang the song, this rich guy she met gave her the nickname Coco, and it stuck, even though she would tell everyone, don't call me that, it's my name. She ended up making it her whole fucking brand. Because of a man? Okay, you know what? I am gonna make my point. I'm not just bitching about her for no reason. I am making my point. But I hate her. So her sister goes and lives with this rich guy who's totally playing her. Like, he's never intending to marry her. She's basically a concubine. It's like kind of sad. She's delusional. So her sister's like, oh, I'm coming to Paris. Coco tells her sister, I'm coming to Paris. And she's like, oh, really? What are you doing? She's like, oh, I'm staying with this guy. Okay. So what does she do? She shows up at this guy's house that she met one time and stays. She stays. He's like, girl, you can't stay here. You're a fucking poor wench. Like, you can't. What are you doing? I have people here. Da 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 da. She's like, no, let me stay. Let me stay. Let me stay. So she's like wearing the outfits, doing all this stuff, and he's like, okay, you get 3 days. Okay, 3 days is up. Okay, you get 1 week. Okay, you're not leaving, are you? Okay, so she stays for months and months and months and months. Just moves in with the guy without his permission, which, on one hand, iconic. On the other hand, what the fuck? Also, this wasn't Paris. It was like outside of Paris, I think, is what was happening. Okay, so anyway, she does all that. She's doing the most. Confident squatter. Very confident squatter. And she wasn't even like, she was like refusing to sleep with him for a bit of it, but then she did eventually have a relationship with, like, relations with him, not a relationship. And then like he was getting more bitches because she was there. I don't know. So she was wearing the clothes that he provided, and his servants would come get her dressed and shit. And then one day she's like, I don't want to fucking wear this shit anymore. Again, this is late. I think she was born in 1948. So granted, she wasn't really doing much in the 1800s. So very early 1900s. But you could see the influence of fashion from those late 1800s. Is that the Victorian era, right? Right? So people were still doing corsets and big dresses and big hats and feathers and pearls, okay? And that was rich people. She was hanging out with rich people, okay? So she was dressing like rich folk. But she was not rich. She was a poor orphan who had to sing her wages and con a man into a place to live. Okay. So, I don't know. She started doing her own thing. She started wearing what she wanted at these fucking parties. Okay? And she started making hats. This is why I hate her. I hate her because she's a Nazi, but I hate her because she single-handedly ruined fashion. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. She did that. She made everyone boring. She is the reason people associate, see where this is coming back around, full circle moment. She's the reason people associate minimalism with class and wealth. It was not like that before Coco Chanel started making basically expensive sportswear. She's probably also responsible for Lululemon and $127 leggings. You know what I'm saying? Like, this bitch, I hate her. I hate her so much. I hate her so much. And that is not necessarily why I toned it down on my own birthday, but because when you try to look good, when you're trying to do something, you go minimal, thin chains, no extra, just this and that. It is Coco Chanel's fault. It's her fault. Because she wanted to be comfortable. Listen, bitch, you could be comfortable with fucking feathers in your hat. Are you kidding me? And she got so fucking popular. Yeah. Literally, that is what happened. Like, her style became, and then she moved to Paris. Well, she didn't just move to Paris. I'm not trying to spoil the whole movie, but this is literally this woman's life. She fell in love with a guy who was getting married. and ditched. She was gonna ditch the guy who just gave her a place to live for years for this guy because she was in love with him because he was a womanizing piece of shit, basically. And his name was Boy. Okay, Boy. All right. Is that Boy George's real name? Is Boy? Like, is that legit? Like, people name? Like, I know Guy is a name, which is also hilarious to me. I knew a guy once. But Boy. Oh, Boy. Oh, Boy. Boy. So, she found out he was getting married. Blah, 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 blah. She was pissed off. He said, our relationship doesn't have to change. She said, it would never be the same. And then it's like, flash forward years later, she moved to Paris. She has her own shop. She has people making her stuff. Her sister works for her. She lives in the apartment upstairs. Guess who shows up? Boy, who's literally married to a woman in England. He just comes and fraternizes with her. They get out. They have their own apartment. It's fucking crazy, dude. She was just the other woman. She consciously chose to be the other woman, despite the fact that she didn't need anyone. She had her own fucking brand. She had her own business. She was thriving. She was probably close to being a millionaire, if not a millionaire, in her lifetime, in those days, because her shit was so fucking popular, right? And then he died. Yeah, again, I'm not trying to, like, spoil the movie, but it's just history. And then he died. Oh, boo-hoo. She never got married, and she became a fucking Nazi. This was all before she became a Nazi. That's why it's like, yeah, low-key, you probably are a bad person, and you didn't feel backed into a corner. You probably just have no fucking morals. If you're totally cool with being a side chick and exploiting other people to do the work for you and take all the credit, and also ruining women's fashion, and also being a fucking Nazi. That's my take on Coco Chanel. So when I accessorize and I'm getting ready to leave the house, I look in the mirror and I go, oh my God, I look so good. Oh my God, I love this. I look so good. I look so good. I look so good. Yes. Like, you can never justify that to me. And then people are like, oh, Coco Chanel advised that you should take one piece of jewelry off every time you leave the house. And I said, who's taking advice from a fucking Nazi? And someone was like, well, that doesn't mean she didn't have a sense of fashion. Actually, she was drowning in fashion and she fucking ruined it. And that's why all the stuff that was once the epitome of wealth hello, Massa, not Jezza, comedically booted at that moment. Oh, like Twitch booted you off? That's funny. Sorry about that. I just was thinking about this because, like I said, I was getting ready and I was thinking about, like, how I'm wearing, this is light jewelry for me, okay? Light jewelry. And I think about how I didn't wear this on my birthday, even though it's, like, quintessential to my outfits. Wait, did you get booted or did I get booted, by the way? Hey, VHS, what up? I was streaming live. I'm cat sitting tonight. Subscribe! Ah! See, you can still subscribe with Prime. That's what I was telling y'all last night. You get a free subscription to any of your favorite Twitch channel, your one favorite Twitch channel, mine, and you don't have to pay for it if you have a Prime account, and you should subscribe to my channel because then I get money and they don't get your money or any more of your money. That's okay. I'll put you to sleep, except I'm in a mood to, like, rant and yell, so maybe I might deserve your sleep a little bit. But yeah. Yep. Sleek, chic, boring ass, posh breakfast at Tiffany's bullshit. That's all Coco Chanel's fault. And I hate her for it. Because I liked that women wore elaborate fucking hats and big corseted dresses. And now it's like, oh, you're a fucking whore and you're a wench and all these things. No, that was the epitome of wealth, and Coco Chanel decided that was not good enough for her because she was not one of them. She was not wealthy. She was not wealthy. And again, like, the hustle in a sense, goes crazy because she was too poor to afford those clothes, made her own, and then convinced rich people that they also wanted those clothes. That is crazy when you look at it just off rip like that. Me either. I streamed once last week and then I streamed today. I might stream tomorrow. And then I don't know when I'll stream again, but I'm hoping I'm moving some things around at home. Yeah, that's okay. I was trying to do my dowsing rods, which I do have dowsing rods. If anybody wants to play with the dowsing rods. I just had to go on a fashion rant for a second. How much look, I hate Coco Chanel. She ruined everything. She literally ruined everything. She ruined everything. She is the reason that rich people are boring. She is the reason for clean girl aesthetic. She is the reason that people think that it's gaudy and shit. And you know what? I don't want to sound any type of way, especially not racist, but I have such mad respect for black culture in America, having absolutely no fucking regard for dumb Nazi bitches like Coco Chanel, right? Where a lot of affluent black people love to have the big jewelry, the flashy outfits, the crazy nails, right? Like, I don't know. You even see, like, even Beyonce still will put on these elaborate outfits and, like, be in full rhinestones, where you get to a certain level of wealth and you like don't do that anymore. I still does that. So I'm sorry if that was like the wrong thing to say, but I do feel like good for them for not succumbing to this ideology that you had to be plain or private about who you are or your wealth or change your taste because of your status. Just saying. Like, I respect that. I hate Coco Chanel. And even like Indian culture has seemingly not been, well, no, seemingly. I don't see it, but I hear that certain places in India are like exactly the same as like a city here, where you see people just like walking around with like jeans and t-shirts or whatever. But overall Indian culture with the saris and the bindis and the gold jewelry, swag, they do not care. They do not care. They're like, what? I'm getting dressed up. I'm putting that shit on. I'm putting it all on. Right? Henna, everything. So it's white people. We're very poorly influenced by the fucking Nazis. That's what I'm getting out of this conversation. That white people were brainwashed and influenced by Nazis, such as Coco Chanel. I know there's like a ton of other cultures, and I think that it's also specifically the culture of America, right? And it depends on where you're at in America, also. But and it is the perception of the internet as well, where you see like these like Instagram girls with all the Botox and shit, and they just have like a plain black dress and like one necklace and like basic ass plain heels, and that's like the look, and everybody's like, oh my god, so beautiful. Don't care. Boring. Next. I do not care. Like, maybe that sounds bad, and that sounds cruel of me, but that's just how I feel. You'll never convince me. You'll never convince me that this is the way, and that my sense of style is less important than, fitting in or being a certain look. It's funny too, because I'm getting a lot of text messages right now. I have no idea who's texting me. But I took a picture and posted it on my story on Instagram at IllyMilly if you want to follow me. And I looked very cute. My makeup is done. My dress, my jewelry, like I look cute. It's a great picture. I have the ring light, beautiful lighting. But in the picture, you can see my armpit hair. And right now, as I've been talking, I've been putting my hands up and talking, you know, I am not ashamed of my armpit hair. I actually think that y'all need to really. Oh yeah, I feel so. Don't take this the wrong way. Do not put any word in my mouth. But I feel so bad for men because now men are like wearing glitter and rhinestones, and I am so fucking for it. I am so for it, but I just see them get obliterated online. But I've never actually met a man who was out in glitter and rhinestones. I think that's so fucking cool. Good for them. And I fucking hate the women that are talking shit about it because like you said, it's like black t-shirt and a chain. Cool. That's so fucking boring. Like let a man live. Let him be blinked out. Like let him show off. I don't understand. Like don't be so conservative and so fascist. Men used to wear fucking wigs and lipstick and powder and heels. You're gonna be mad about a few fucking rhinestones? No. Rock that shit. Whoa. I was gonna say boy and bro at the same time. Rock that shit, dude. I love it. I love it. I've just never seen it in real life. I think it's fucking cool. I would 100% compliment a man who was dressed that way. I also think of Young Thug. I know he like went to prison or something and he's out now. I don't know. But all his fashion choices were insane. And a lot of them were like influenced by other things and he was referencing different pieces. Hey now, I'm oftentimes the loudest dressed person in the room, and people come here just to listen to me talk, so I don't think that's true. I, I think you have been subjected to Coco Chanel. You are being influenced by Coco Chanel and you don't even know it. Think about it. Albert Einstein, also fuck that guy. His wife was the real genius, right? We all know that. Albert Einstein, crazy hair, everywhere he went, loud as fuck, right? Also considered a genius, and we still use his principles, the things he figured out or his wife figured out today. So I don't think that's true. I think people definitely, yes, we should bring back peacocking. We should bring back peacocking, basically. I was talking about peacocks on the stream last night. I was talking about how fucking crazy it was that my uncle lived in the smack dab middle of a suburban city and just like had pet peacocks. He had a whole farm. He had horses and cows and goats and lambs and chickens and rabbits and a very mean dog to protect them all and peacocks. It was pretty crazy. He maybe didn't have sheep. He maybe just had goats. Maybe he had sheep. I don't know. I was little. He died when I was like 10. He had peacocks. That was nuts. There's some things that are just like crazy. Like you wouldn't believe it if you didn't see it. But I used to get a peacock feather every time I went over there. I wish I had any of them. But again, I was like 10 when he died, so I didn't take care of things. Who are you? What do you mean that I don't like? Ooh, I had to look that up. Germanic pagan aesthetic. I have so many t-shirts and I hardly wear them because I'm like, I can't deal. Two of my own styles. What is t-shirt? Oh, I see what you're saying. T-shirt thing that I thought you were saying specific t-shirt. What's a flat cap? Flat cap? Okay. Germanic pagan style minus AI. Oh. Oh, like way back. Are you talking about like they look like a little bit like Vikings? Or I think you could do it. I think there's like so many fucking people in the world. You'd be fine. You can dress like that. Oh, well, yeah. The thing, I don't know what that is. I'm going to look at that too. Is it one of them old Italian men hats? All the men in my family wear those. Yep. Yep. Yeah. There's slight variations of them, but yes, those are, yes. Yes. Many of the men in my family wear those. I want this one. Okay, can you go to the website? Oh, yeah. These are sick as fuck. I don't own any of these. Okay. I'm trying to copy a link here. Thank you. Thank you. I never knew the name. I call them old Italian man hats. Oh, I for sure tuck in my shirt. Ironically, I went to Catholic school. I've talked about this a lot. And I was forced to tuck my shirt in. And so we all had different ways of like we'd roll up our shirt, make it look tucked in because it was like just the only way to rebel. And then as I got older, I was like, dude, I need to tuck my shirt in. Like I tuck it in all the time. Like I wear the crazy shit and I still tuck it in. But then my neighbor was like, yo, do a bra tuck. And I was like, what? And she's like, tuck it in your bra. And I was like, whoa. That changed my ever-loving life. That changed my life. I tuck everything into my bra. It looks so good. I mean, you don't know, but just know. Just know. But a majority of my outfits, especially in the summertime, are dresses. But often wintertime, too. I have winter dresses and stuff, too. So, yeah, my dad has one in, like, every color. And a lot of the men in my family have, like, the Italian flag on them. They love that shit, for real. They really do. They really do. Yeah, so I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with, wearing a t-shirt and jeans, okay? I have one pair of jeans. I love it. Do I wear a t-shirt with it? No, not really, I know, they're so cool. And they're Sicilian. I wonder if they're made in Sicily or whatever. But yeah, I definitely am getting, I like the one with the sun. But also I have a lemon themed party next month. So maybe I'll get the one with the lemons. Maybe I'll get both. I don't know. Super excited about that though. Actually, I should send that to myself. Can you send that to me in a whisper? Can I whisper myself? You send me that link. Oh, don't talk about that right now. Don't. Relax. That's hilarious. So it is an Italian thing. Oh my god, that's so fucking funny. I thought maybe it was just my family, but that's hilarious. Yeah, they should be rolling up their sleeves. Okay, Messa, I am going to send you a whisper of this link so that I can get it on my phone later. I think this is you. Cool, because I'm on my laptop right now. So, yeah, I sent that because I want to share it with my sisters and my dad and my uncles and everybody who likes those hats. Cool. Yes. Hi. The baby's here. Where is she? There she is. The baby. Oh, there she is. Hellos. Hellos. Oh, you want to come over here? You know who else I hate? No. Rubber hats? Oh, nunchucks. Hell yeah. See that shit to my face. I think it's totally on topic. I love it. You want real ones. Okay. I don't know what Delft is. I know what Dilfs are, but I don't know what Delft is. That's, yeah. I want them. kind of want them all, but I'm not going to buy them all, you know. They can never take my sense of style away. Like, also, since we're talking about this, we're talking about a Nazi who, like, made this happen, right? She obviously was always a fascist because the lack of identity and the lack of style is 100% correlated to fascism. Um, 14 text messages, by the way. Wow. Just got a picture from my bro at Honorable. And I love it. Okay. Nunchucks fashion. Who's Hugo Boss? I don't know who that is. Oh, that's so cool. Exactly. Like that, literally what I was thinking too is that it was like porcelain. Oh my God. Yeah, you gotta get that hat. You gotta get that hat. Well, both for different occasions. Leather pouch for the day-to-day classic, you know, but if you are going somewhere, bust out the fur. You know what I mean? That's what I think. Just my thoughts. Just my thoughts, you know, just my thoughts. Baby, why don't you come over? Red wine supernova, fall right into me. Hey, I don't care that you're a stoner. Red wine supernova, fall right into me. So anyway, I was also talking about armpit hair as much as I was talking about fashion. I got a lot of bones to pick with a lot of people. Okay? I got bones to pick with people. Because people, I honestly, no, don't be quiet. I'm just all over the place. I think classically speaking, I think of like a white karate robe when I think of nunchucks, right? And I don't even know if that's actually the right association. But I did give my answer that leather pouch on the day to day, faux fur for the backup if you're like going somewhere or need to like, if you're planning on using them, you're going to show out. So it's crazy that women shave. I'm sorry. I think it's crazy. Sometimes I like shaving my legs once in a very great while just because it feels good to be smooth, but also the upkeep, the razors, no, I'm good. I'm good. Is it probably my cousin? Oh no, it was no. I'm gonna roll the ads real quick, and then we're gonna talk about shaving because we only have 10 minutes until I have to roll them. So I'm gonna answer this. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm back. You know, that was like 5 minutes. I ate a piece of chocolate. I did. I ate a piece of chocolate. And she says hi. My bestie says hi. And thank you to everyone for being patient. If you could all come back now, that would be nice. I was criticizing. See, this is why I talked about myself last night. Because this is what I do. I'm not talking about myself. Talking about something. Right? Talking about something. And today, I'm talking about Coco Chanel. And I'm also talking... So, back to shaving. I don't shave. Smooth legs feel good sometimes, but I also am not a very hairy person. And so, my perspective on shaving, I can admit, would maybe be different if I was a hairier person. I don't really have hair above my lip. I don't really have hair on my arms. People ask me my whole life if I shave, they feel my arm and they ask if I shave my arms because the hair is so soft you can hardly feel it. This is not me bragging. This is me having perspective of like, right, if I was hairier as a woman, would I maybe care more? And would I be more adamant about shaving? My hair changes a lot. Change styles, grow it out, cut it off, grow it out, cut it off, do a design, do a strip, do whatever. Changes all the time. But my armpits, I will only shave them upon request. If I really got something to do. On one hand, I understand men don't shave. They also don't wear strapless stuff. Spaghetti straps. Or basically anything. You know, when it's like a formal event, women can wear stuff like this. But men typically wear a suit. Or a polo. Or something. You know? So I get that you don't see their armpits. So it might actually be more jarring. But everybody is so used to it, it's not fair either. Because then you tell a woman she can't wear a suit. Okay. I mean, I don't know who's actually telling anybody that. Nobody's telling me that. But I'm just saying. Shaving is absolutely crazy to me. Because why are you doing it? You have to really ask yourself why you're doing it. And the number one answer that people will give you is hygiene. The number two answer people will give you is sensory issues. The number three answer people will give you, men. Here's the thing. Hygiene, you want to say you shave because it's hygienic, but men don't shave. So you admit it has nothing to do with hygiene then, right? Also, hair is hygienic. Hair is there to protect. Especially there. Helps keep us warm. Helps defend germs and bugs from our bodies. Why are you taking it off? Okay. Sensory issues. Okay. I know. You're probably thinking, wow, you're so ableist. Listen, the only reason it's a sensory issue is because it grows out. I'm telling you, I don't feel this at all. I don't feel it. I don't feel any of it. And again, I have soft, light hair. So, you know, I'm sure if somebody had more coarse hair or more curl to their hair, very straight hair, obviously. But the sensory issue comes with it growing back. And it's prickly and it's poking you. Once it's grown out, it is like, you know, when you walk into a room and you smell something and then within 20 minutes the smell dissipates and you can't smell it anymore because your brain is pretty much used to it. It's the same thing with the hair. Sorry, but it is. Men, oh, my man likes me to be clean shaved. Okay, so here's the thing. Beauty standards projected onto women by men were pedos. Sorry, Sorry, so many people want to get mad. Oh, just I like it. It's not all about that. I just prefer it. I don't want hair in my mouth. Da 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 da. But again, ask yourself why this even was an option. Why was this ever a fucking option to begin with? Because back in the 20s, they wanted to sell more razors because capitalism is so fucking evil. They had to tap into a new market. Women, you should shave everything. Everything? Just because they wanted to sell more razors. Men weren't shaving, they weren't buying them up, and they just created a problem that was never an issue. So you have to ask yourself, why is this your preference? Why is this even an option? Why do you even know what that looks like? And that's because it was reinforced when? 90s, early 2000s? Peak pedo times. Sorry to break it to you, but everybody had bush in the 70s. Everybody had armpit hair in the 60s. What the fuck are you on? That you think this is like what women do. No, this was specifically pushed upon you by a very specific group of people. Sorry. It's true. Why do you think women should be fucking hairless? Why is that your preference? You need to really unpack that. You need to really, why is that my preference? Why do I think women should just be smooth and soft and prepubescent? Even if you're not a weirdo, you have to understand those beauty standards, once again, were projected by weirdos. Sorry, you cannot convince me otherwise. That's why I went through each one and debunked the mythos of the excuses that people will give you to justify shaving. And it's bullshit. I'm sorry. Aesthetically, I like it better. I guess that's the one I can't argue with. But also, why? Men are not out here doing that. And it's so funny because I love being a girl. I love doing my makeup. I love wearing dresses. I love wearing jewelry. I love that nobody would criticize me if I was wearing rhinestones from head to toe. But I hear women say, oh, God, it sucks to be a woman. We have to do all this stuff. We have to do our hair. We have to do our makeup. We have to shave and wax and da-da-da-da. And I always tell them, no, you don't. You actually don't have to do any of that. If you don't like it, don't do it. That is insane to me. I do this shit because I like it. And there was a time in my life I didn't do it and I didn't like it. I went years without wearing makeup, like of any kind, or only if I was like going somewhere fancy or had to hide the look in my eyes. But I didn't wear makeup for a long time. Actually, streaming is probably when I started wearing makeup like consistently. I guess making videos and stuff. Maybe before, but I had just beginning making content basically, making posts and advertising my tarot. I started doing makeup more often, working certain jobs, working in different places. I really don't remember. There was always like the costume kind of makeup, face makeup like that at shows and stuff before that, but I was never really into makeup until I was much older. And I do it not because I have to. I look good without it, but I like to do it. So if y'all don't like it, don't fucking do it. Stop giving your all to no one and nothing if you don't want to. That is bizarre to me, dude. And that's why women are trapped in the pits of society. That was a good one. Anyway, I think I scared everyone away. I shouldn't have taken that call and done that ad break because I did have quite a large group of people here and they all disappeared during the ads and they did not make a return, unfortunately. But I had to make sure there's nothing going on because me and my bestie don't usually talk that late. So I had to check in. With bestie. But yeah, crazy. So You'd be way less equipped to live in the wild if you didn't have any hair. Just saying. It all comes back to fascism and Nazis, and they want you to look a certain way, and they want you to be... Same with weight. I feel so bad for ED girls because I love being big. Love being curvy. I look at my body, I'm like, wow, gorgeous. Oh my God, such a banger. And now there's so much praise for these like emaciated looking celebrities. People who didn't need Ozempic taking Ozempic. And I just recently was educated on Ozempic that it's literally lizard venom. And it's so poisonous and you aren't supposed to be on it for like more than 2 years. But it's also a lifetime subscription. What even are they doing here? And why are so many people endorsing it and using it? They have sold their souls. Okay, they sold their souls. I don't know. I don't know, dude. I don't think that you have to sell your soul to the devil to sell your fucking soul. I honestly don't even think the devil's got much to do with it. Personal opinion, but they sell their souls in other ways. Hey, how's it going? I am bitching tonight. Let me tell ya. I'm bitching tonight. I am. What's up, glutes? It all started with Coco Chanel, but now we've moved on to the devil. I don't know. These people sell their souls for money. It's not even like that serious of like, oh, I made a deal with the devil and I'm gonna sign a contract with the devil. It's happening right here on Earth. Like, I don't know why anybody thinks that it goes beyond money. For example, perhaps we've seen what has happened recently, as in like today, yesterday, I don't know. A certain blonde celebrity with the initials GP decided to make a commercial with a certain, say, occupation. I'm not really going to sit here and call it a country. She made a commercial with an occupation for some very expensive homes. A week after saying, I'm not political. Oh, okay. Bet. The fuck? So, point being, did I exit out of that or I shrunk it? Because I got... Point being, right? I don't think she sold her soul to the devil. She sold her soul to very real people who are on this earth. She sold her soul for a check. And it's not about going to hell and serving a damnation of eternity in exchange for this money. It's literally the way that you are perceived. The people you now associate with. Being fucking hated. Being a villain. You don't have to get into a big thing with the devil to sell your soul right here, right now. And I see it leave immediately. This is not a long-term exchange plan for these people. Is it? No, it's not. It's very immediate. It's very obvious. It's very right in our fucking faces. It's very, she got paid a bunch of money to do this ad for evil people who kill children. Let's just say it. They kill kids. We do not have to wait for her to go to hell. We watched her soul leave her body the minute she fucking stepped out into that condo. You know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Like, I don't know. It's just like people have like conspiracy theories and and all the concern with the occult and all this stuff, it's unnecessary. It's literally exactly as it looks. These evil fucking people paid this stupid bitch a lot of fucking money, and now we all know she has no soul. Gone like that. This isn't. It's like in an instant, gone. Fix your hearts or die. Like, it ain't even gotta be all that, you know? So, yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Everybody has different beliefs, man. I know. I've been scared of hell a few times. I'm like, is hell real? Can anybody tell me? Nobody can really tell you, but, you know, even if hell was real, like, what the fuck have you done that you think you'd be there for eternity is crazy, you know? I don't know. I don't think it would even be a bad place. But religious psychosis is a bitch. It's fierce. And it'll get ya. It'll get ya. Can get anybody. So, anyway. I really have been bitching this whole time. I don't even care, though. It was worth it. It's things we needed to talk about. Things we needed to talk about. There's always things we need to talk about, for sure, but that was a long run. That was a long run. It was all connected. It all comes back to evil, basically. But yeah, talk about the GLP-1s and stuff, and how people are like, oh my god, she looks so good, when these women look emaciated. And it's like, yeah, they're trying to desensitize us. Half the things you see online of people saying, oh my god, I want her body, I want to look like that, how did she do it, I want to do this, and oh my god, I would kill for this, and blah blah blah. A lot of it is bot accounts influencing the way people think based on what they read. That's my take. My honest take. They're normalizing starvation because they're making food unaffordable and inedible. It's quite simple. That's why I love being bitch. I'll survive for a little bit. You know, me and my body hair and my fat rolls. I honestly think this was the cause for at least one breakup in my life. I told him, I like shaving my legs once in a while. He's like, I'd rather you shave your armpits. Think about what you're... It's weird. It's weird. I can't get around it. It's weird. Not to mention, most men in my entire life, it didn't bother any of them, really. Forget it's there. Or I'd be like... And they'd be like, oh, I forgot. But again, I'm very, very minimal hair. So I know that my perception of it is definitely skewed compared to what a woman's perception of it would be if she had more hair. Probably also some weirdo being like, oh, show me pit again. Whatever. It's like a whole thing. The hair. I know. I shouldn't be showing pits for free. But whatever. So, anyway, that was my rant. That was it. That was the tape. That was it. I think I'm done. I actually got really exhausted. Somebody energy vampiring me. You just silent the life out of me. I was fine. And now I'm like tired. But yeah, so last night I talked about myself for a couple hours, and then I did tarot for a couple hours. So let's talk about myself. Oh, you got something to say, huh? Tell them. Tell them. Mm-hmm. Oh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, then come here. What's up, baby? Oh! She's never done that in my life. Why are you so mad? You don't want to be on camera? You let me pick you up all the time. You let me pick you up all the time. What? Okay. Goodbye. Whatever. Hey, how's it going? Sorry, I wasn't looking. Nice little surprise to come back to. What's up? Were you streaming? Thank you for the... What is this? I'm so sorry. It's not mine. I also don't have a cat. It's not for any particular reason other than every time I get a cat, it ends up being someone else's. But I think that's part of my job. You know? But it's good. I was just you just missed me bitching for an hour and a half. It started with Coco Chanel, which leads to fascism in fashion, which leads to the oppression of women, which leads to whatever. I got a little sleepy and the cat came in, she was yelling at me, and I don't know, I streamed until like fucking 3 in the morning last night. Yeah, exactly. I'm a shepherd. That's a great way of putting it. Yeah, so I'm gonna try this way. You good, baby? You are or you're not? So, anyway, what's up, everybody? Anything else on our minds? No? Nothing? I guess I'll just talk about myself. I was talking about myself last night a lot. And my whole thing was like, no, I have not. Totally up my alley, though. Definitely tell us more, Shaman. Like, tell us. Tell us. Yeah, I do. Daniel Druff Chess. We're just chatting right now, but I do tarot, yeah. It's my day job. So sometimes I come on here just to chat. I have Billy Joel stuck in my head. Good night, my angel, now it's time to sleep. Oh, I'm definitely gifted. You want to hear about it last night? Okay. I do collective readings, right? But my channel's pretty small. And even people with bigger channels still do collective readings, right? So I do a love reading, and it was awful. Tell us something. Did a collective love reading. It was very bad. Is this my hammer? No. It's not. It's an imposter. Mine has my name on it. I don't do that. If you were listening to what I was saying, or I don't know if you speak English. I don't know if you could read this. Not sure. So I was doing a love reading. It wasn't good. There wasn't even really anybody on here. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to go. Somebody popped in. Hey. I was like, hey, okay, I'm going to bust out the cards. I used my angel deck. And I had said, you know, my angel cards a lot of times are health-based, but they don't have a specification, right? And I decided to do it anyway. And I said, you know, when I first got the angel cards, I was using them a bunch. It's been a couple months. I don't use them as much because I like all my decks have a different purpose. This deck is for introspective, personal, sometimes twin flame readings. This deck is for shadow work and channeled messages with the deceased. Just the two examples. If I do any readings tonight, I'll be using those because I was going to fit them in last night. This is a card that I had dropped last night that is from my pink deck, which I use for love readings, relationships, right? So all my decks have a purpose, and a couple of them don't. I'm still learning them, figuring out. Yeah, exactly. So, right here. Oh, the angels are more geared toward health, but also miracles, which kind of go hand in hand, right? So last night, I was about to jump off. Some guy shows up. He's never chatted before. He maybe was already following me from one of my last streams, but he never said anything. And he's like, "Oh, figured I'd just say hey." So all right, I'll stay. I'll do the angel card. So flipping through, talking, and I was trying to explain the health dynamic with what I was teaching in that moment. And I said, this is a pretty extreme example, but this wouldn't really apply if you had a cold or a flu, right? So I'm like, say you have cancer. And I start going through the process. If you want to see this, it's up. The VOD is up on my Twitch profile. And it's also uploaded to YouTube, so even in the 2 weeks after, it's still going to be there. There's proof of what I'm telling you right now. So I'm going on about, you have cancer, you gotta believe. It was believe, application, energy, success. So I was explaining that you have to believe you'll be healed. The application is basically living life as though you were healed. The energy is putting the action into the things that you're applying for success. So, believe that you will live past the next 3 months. Application, booking a trip 6 months from now. Energy, prepping, planning, packing, coordinating, actually going through with it. Success, going on the trip. That was my example. Damn, you were quick with it. Oh my God, thank you. So, I said, sorry, it's a pretty extreme example. Because again, it was a collective reading, but there wasn't really anybody on here except this guy. And he said, no, dude, you're right. I got diagnosed with skin cancer. And I got some of it removed, and there was another part of it, and I didn't get it removed. And now I'm thinking, right. And I said, okay, knowing that, I was like, you should quit your job. And I was like, I know. It's probably tied to your health insurance, and maybe you actually like it, but if I know, whatever. You know, sometimes these things are meant to teach us that we got to live our life in a certain way and do things that make us happy and like really go for it. You know? And sometimes things wear off and he said, yeah, I've been considering quitting my job for the last 2 or 3 months. So, am I gifted? Check. Do I do personal readings? Not exactly. But you might get lucky in that way, just like that guy did, where he just happened to be the only one tapped in, tuned in. Crazy. Absolutely fucking nuts. I also do take not recommendations, requests. I take requests for the type of reading or the deck that I use. Most people have no feedback on that, though, to be honest. Most people don't say anything about it, don't care. But I will do it. I will do it. I got no problem with that. If you're like, oh, I really want a love reading, I'll do the love reading. Whatever. If you're really like, I need to know about work, I'll do career. But what? I also have dowsing rods. I don't think you were here. Oh, I just said that. I have dowsing rods. I think about that a lot, actually. Sometimes the anchoring is the actual solution. And something that you missed, and part of the reason I was bitching about Coco Chanel, and this isn't exactly what you're asking me, but I promise I will bring it back around. Yeah, that's what they were made for, but it was never proven to actually work in that regard. That's why they became a tool of divination, because they're like, man, we're not finding any fucking water with these. You know, this is a dumb idea or whatever, but yeah, that's it. Yeah. So, sometimes you need energetic anchors to hold you down, to level up. Okay, we're going to look at it both ways. Things you need to let go of, things you need to have. So, part of the reason I was talking about that stupid fucking Nazi bitch Coco Chanel is because I was talking about how much I like to wear jewelry. Thank you. This is my birthday dress. That was like how this whole conversation started. And I dressed down for my birthday. And I'm like, why? Why? To look fancy. It's like crazy. It's all Coco Chanel's fault. You will have to watch the replay to get more on that, because I cannot go down that fucking road again. I could. I trust me, I could. So I like my jewelry for that reason. I do not do any grounding. I do not do any cleansing, really. I mean, I do, but I don't really. Who gave me this tea? I need to make this. It's old as fuck, but I drink old tea all the time. Ain't that the point of tea? Doesn't smell that good, but where did I get this? Somebody made this for me. I just can't remember who. Okay, so anyway, I don't do much. And everybody tells me that, not everybody, but a lot of people I work with are like, grounding's so important, and I do this and I do that. And then like, even my coworker who doesn't do readings made a comment to me. She's like, that's why you need to ground. And I'm like, nope, it's not my thing. If I am too grounded in anything, how am I going to let energy flow between me and the other person? Don't care. It is about protection for me. It's not about energy. Because again, I want the flow of things, right? So typically I wear way more rings. On a regular day, I wear 3. On a work day, I wear 4. Never do I wear 5. I don't have any good thumb rings. I just don't. Thumbs are such an odd shape. So bracelets, at least 6, typically speaking, sometimes more. Necklaces, whatever feels right. I have so much jewelry. I have so much jewelry that every single day, I'm like, what feels right? What do I want to wear? What's the vibe? I got like Mother Mary. I got Taurus symbols. I got Scorpio symbols. I got, no, that's so weird that there's a delay in the chat. So when I said Taurus and Scorpio, you said you're Leo. That's hilarious because, one, all 3 of those are fixed signs plus Aquarius. Those are the 4 fixed signs. And just what are the odds that I was like listing those off and we are not at the same point in the conversation? That is bizarre. That's bizarre. I wear necklaces that make sense for the day. I've been wearing this cross for like a week. This is usually fits the aesthetic, and then this was here. I wanted to wear a stone, so I chose. Belts at the waist keep me tethered, essentially, and keep, right? So I like to use jewelry to keep energy off of me, protecting me, while still being able to exchange it, right? It's like my own protective barrier. So that to me is grounding. However, you were saying, the reason I brought that up is because you said, like, what is the anchors, energetic anchors. So don't think of it as an anchor, because we have to anchor ourselves a little bit, but rather blockages, which are usually within. And I think we can be very quick to assume that other people are influencing us. And that's not to say that they're not. But you also can't necessarily do anything about it if they are. Right? So you gotta trust your gut. Also, my personal take on this, I don't know, I found this today. I went through a bunch of stuff. That's what I was going to talk about too. My personal take is that, and I may have talked about this. Oh, I thought you were just agreeing to more than one thing. I don't know if I've talked about this on stream. I talk about it in my real life more than I do on stream. I don't necessarily believe in manifestation. I don't. I am not sure if I believe in destiny, but I don't really believe in manifestation. And I'll tell you why. Because if that shit were real, I would have manifested a completely different life than I have now. Period. I would have. Okay? And I was dedicated to the shit. I was on my P's and Q's. I minded the way that I spoke. I did the rituals. I did the practices. I did the preaching. I did the inner work. I did it all. And I got nothing for it. But they say, ask the universe, go big. Don't, if you believe you can get it, you can do it. Okay. So why didn't it work? I gave it time. I evolved. Changed my modes, worked at it every day. Why didn't it work? Truly, because I believe that manifestations only come to fruition if what you want serves the purpose of the oppressor. Did I just get disconnected? My whole fucking screen just went white. My whole screen went white. I must have not talked about this on stream before. Think about this. Like, for real. Walk with me. Think about this really. Why do you think I'm down? If you still do it, I'm so down, dude. Yeah, I think so too. Why do you think that people who suffer in the world, we'll say major suffering, war zones kind of suffering, and they are doing what they can to manifest an end to conflict, but they don't get it because their manifestation does not serve the oppressor. But you see these like random influencer, I was gonna say white girls, but they don't even have to be white girls at this point. It's just like girls with clean aesthetic, girls who brainwash, people who do this and that. They're the ones preaching to you. Manifestation, manifestation. Look at this house I have. Because you built it on blood money. Like, this is not, it's not a scam, but I really do believe that you only get what you want if it is of service to the oppressor. And that's why we feel blocked, because they don't want it happening. I used to dream about saving the world, taking the money, Robin Hooding, I wanted to change things for the better. I wanted to be able to get paid so that I could use my services for free. I wanted to help heal people. Who does that serve? We, the people. That does not serve the greater operating system. Right? And in the same way, or in the same vein, but not necessarily the same thing, people will always kind of, they became puppets. It's literally an MLM, like, to try to sell the manifesting. Like, I don't know. And some people, it is, I've always said Scorpios are big manifestors. Things come easily to them. But I also think it is in a small scale. And so they're not trying to take over the world or any shit like that. They're not trying to make $1 million. I think about this a lot. Me a few years ago, I was so fucking content with having nothing because I was helping people. Because I dedicated my time to making very little money and doing very great work. And I truly believed in what I was doing. And I was like, this is the life that I'm destined to live, because the monks and the nuns and whoever, I'm Catholic. So when I talk about nuns, I'm talking about like the fucking Felician sisters and shit. I'm not talking about pastors and preachers and stuff. Yes, you get exactly what I'm saying. You get exactly what I'm saying. They are serving the oppressor by doing that. Monetizing manifestation and shit. Fuck that. So I just think about how the monks and the nuns live basically in poverty. They live off the church. They live very destitute. They live very humble means. And I just thought, and that was it. And that's why this was happening for me that way, living in different situations, being not necessarily, I was never desperate, but I was a little destitute, living in other people's homes, living in poor living conditions, living less than paycheck to paycheck. You know what I mean? Scrounging for it, working really hard for very little. And I had a friend who used to always say, work smarter, not harder, work smarter, not harder. And I thought, I can work smart and hard. And maybe it'll pay off someday, but if it doesn't, that's what I'm meant to do. And so I do see this idea be passed around, like on the internet or whatever, in certain spaces, where people are like, if witches are real, why aren't they all rich? Why would spiritual people be rich when God himself, Jesus himself, said, do you know what Jesus said? It is easier for a camel to walk through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to get into heaven. Because spiritual people, witches or otherwise, have a basic fucking understanding of how that shit actually is and how that shit actually works. And they're not here to take advantage of people. They're not here to manipulate. They're not here to make so much money that they no longer have a fucking job. Because if they just do it for themselves, then they are not going to be in service to anyone else. And that is our whole purpose, is to be in service of other people. What'd you do on 6/6/26? I remember what I did on 6/6/2006. It was field day, my 8th grade year. I'm, Jesus Christ, old. But what did you do? Did you do like a ritual or something? Anxiously waiting. I don't want to like change the subject to get too into something if you're gonna. JC, Yeshua was a real one. I heard he prefers Yeshua. Somebody told me that years ago. And then somebody said it to me recently. I was like, you're right, it's Yeshua. It's like, what the fuck is Jesus Christ? It's weird. Nice. I see some of your posts on Instagram randomly, but I don't think I see all of them. I don't know why. It actually was so funny the other day. My phone was disconnected from the internet, so every time I opened it, it was your face. But I couldn't watch the reel. And then I haven't seen anything since. Put the link. Pin the link. Everybody can find my shit. Who cares? You know what I mean? Spam that shit for all I care. Go off, King. Do it up. That's a good way to go. Is Bandcamp. You know what's crazy? Is last night somebody asked me if I still made music. And I was like, I put out a fucking cover a few years ago. It was this video, actually, that it was just frozen on. Every time I opened my phone, it's like, how cool is this? There's Chief. It was really funny. I'm not actually like watching these. So you didn't really announce it, is what I'm seeing. Yeah. Pin it. You know, something else I want to talk about. It's kind of random. Open link. Tick tock on a dog of a burrito stop. Tonight, till we see the sunlight. Tick tock on a dog, the body don't stop. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Tick tock on the clock, but the party don't stop. Creamy. Cool. Okay. You can pin it for the whole stream, dude. I don't care. We'll even talk about it more. I'll listen to it later. I guess technically, well, I don't know if I could listen to it or if they'd flag me, but that's okay. I want to talk about music. I want to know, like, I haven't listened to it, but I've seen you make music on stream, obviously. And I am curious, kind of like, about your process or what you use or how you learned. Because I still feel very passionately about music. And I know that because of the way I talk about music, the way that I think about music, remember music, recall music, know artists, know songs. Like, I'm very immersed in music. And I absolutely love it. And I really enjoyed the process of making it. It's just that nothing I made was very good. And it wasn't anything that I would share across platforms necessarily. I have it on my website. That's what I'm saying. I really want to work with someone. I don't write as much as I used to, but I feel like I could do. Oh my God! Wait, speaking of collab. So I went and saw Kesha last week because my friends love me. And I got to go. She is doing a contest. I'm going to send you the link. And I want to do it so bad. And I don't know that this is really something we could collab on. And I'm running out of fucking time to do it. I think the contest closes in like 10 days. She basically... Okay. Smashmusic.org. Oh. Kesha's Origami Open Verse Competition. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. It's a difficult song. I don't know that I have it in me to do it. It's also very sexual. Don't know if I have that in me either. But I think it'd be so cool to just at least try it and enter the contest. But I don't even know how I feel about like recording and everything. I don't know. Submissions closing in 10 days. And then the thing is, I'm not gonna name names, but the top 5 submissions, some of them are really bad. The quality is bad. The vocals are bad. Okay, that is weird as fuck that you would say that. Because Yeah, actually, let's get into it. I don't care. We're not really like talking about anything. Um, I saw Kesha last week, and I don't want to talk shit about her on the internet necessarily. And I'm literally talking about how I want to enter this contest. But the first half of that concert, I was very uncomfortable. I was extremely uncomfortable. I was like, are you serious? And I don't know that I would really go into it on the internet. I haven't seen any conversations about it on the internet. I didn't go looking for it, but me posting about Kesha, saying Kesha, using Kesha songs in my, and I've listened to her since then, but I noticed every fucking flag about that concert because I know it well. I know about the cult of music and I know about the occult, and we all know about the E-files, okay? And so she did some things that I thought were extremely, extremely questionable. Extremely, extremely questionable. To the point where I was like, this is not like at all who I believed that she was. And the fact that she's like free from her record companies and was basically debuting her own record company of Kesha Records. I was like, you don't even have someone to blame if you do get called out for this shit. Like, this is weird as fuck. Could it have been commentary on what she's already been through? Maybe, but if you're not going to make that absolutely clear, then you look guilty. It was really weird. It was really weird. And then the transition into the second half of the set was kind of just as uncomfortable, but by the end of it, you're just like so amazed. Well, that's what I mean. It's like she doesn't have anyone around her anymore. She's got like backup dancers in her crew and stuff, but she don't have execs and companies and records people. She has no one above her anymore. And so it is all purely her. And I'm like, bold fucking choice for you to do that. I kind of want to tell you because I've tried to talk to people about this in my real life. I had a friend, I texted her during the concert. I was like, girl, I gotta tell you about this. And she's like, please tell me. Got to the car. I sent her so many voice clips. We've just ignored it. We haven't discussed it. I don't think she's like really gone through and digested it all. I don't think she was expecting me to go that in about it. And then I was talking to my friend on the way home. And she's like, yeah, that's pretty weird. But she's not super involved in any of the things. Why did I freeze? What the hell happened? Oh my god, my fucking laptop just went black. I have to roll the ads. I have 10 seconds, so less than 10 seconds. I gotta roll the ads. It is all her idea. That's, you know what? I might talk about it. I don't think Kesha's gonna see this fucking video. You know what I mean? I don't think that the Kesha Army's gonna come for me. And here's the thing. I'm still a fucking fan. I'm still talking about entering her contest. I'm still listening to her music. I'm still telling everyone how amazing the show was. But, I mean, she's not a new artist. You know? She's not new. That's what makes it even more bizarre. Okay, I'm gonna roll the ads and I'll think about if we're gonna talk about this. My bad. We're back. So, I know there's a delay, but my OBS is frozen, but my Twitch window is still going, but it's blurry. But I don't want to stop streaming. I don't want to stop the stream. But it looks like it downgraded in quality. Is that just what I'm seeing, or how is it for you guys? I try not to say guys for gender neutral, but I think you actually might all be guys at this point. Yeah, because I have like a much higher quality picture on my OBS, but it's frozen, and then my browser is streaming, but it's blurry. So, okay. I mean, then I'll just go with it. Are you sure that it looks fine? Like, it looks fine? Is it not pixelated at all? Or I'm wondering, maybe I'll refresh the Twitch page. I don't know. Okay. It's bothering me. I don't like having to watch the Twitch screen, but I also need to, like, make sure shit's working. And usually I'm watching OBS, so it's like a live recording of me, but then there's like at least a 45-second delay. Little Princess Cherry. I love that name. Okay. Oh, see, I refreshed it and it looks better. So, okay. Okay. It's also a very low quality camera, so it's my internal camera on my laptop. So, it's not really high quality. But now that I refresh the page, I think I see what y'all are seeing. So, I'm glad I did that. Okay. Did some stupid. I keep forgetting. Okay. Yeah. Amen. I should get like a new camera, but it's not like an investment that I'm really trying to make when I don't use camera that much. I see the glitching too. I'm just going to keep an eye on it by watching the Twitch thing. Unless y'all think it's worth disconnecting and reconnecting, I won't have to roll the ads again. I get an hour of stream time for my 3 minutes of ads. But yeah, weird. The glitch. That's so weird. Maybe I should disconnect, reconnect. Will y'all come back if I do that? You don't even have to go anywhere. It's going to be like an immediate thing. It's just, it usually will tell you, it says my connection is excellent. It's like OBS has kind of done the crashing. It's very weird. What if I, hold on, what if I do? Nope. Literally nothing. It's not responding to anything on OBS, but it is still streaming. It's very, very weird. Even when I change the screen, it's not changing the screen. It's frozen. So, I don't know. I guess we can deal. That was so funny. Okay, we'll just leave it. Okay, so picking up where we left off, I was okay. Y'all win. I'm not gonna do it. So I did say, fuck it, we'll talk about the Kesha concert. So, do we still want to hear about the Kesha concert? Is that on the agenda? Is that something that you are interested in? Is that the right way to go? What if I love her. I don't even want to be caught talking shit about her. But at the same time, I really want to talk to an audience who understands where the fuck I'm coming from. Okay? Like, I'm very torn on this. And I brought it up last night and didn't talk about it because I was like, whatever. Would not want to get back to her. Also, to go back to what you just said, I would love to talk about a collab. I would love to collab. I don't have any original music, and I'm not good at making music. I just like singing and writing and the actual like productivity of it. I realized this is something you missed last night, shamanic. I had been using this cord to plug in my mic, my light, and my mouse because there's only two on my laptop. So I just plug this in and then I plug everything into this. And I finally realized last night that is why my mic was cutting in and out. It was because it wasn't directly plugged into my laptop, and this cable is shoddy. Granted, the mic cable is also like fixed in a way that it can definitely cut out, but this was the real culprit, and I had no issues in my 4-hour stream last night or in my 2-hour stream tonight, which is another reason I like watching OBS because it has all my mic volumes and everything. So I am noticing nobody's saying anything. Did I lose the chat? I kind of threw a lot out there. I said a lot of things. I asked questions. I referred to conversations. What's going on? Is nobody talking? Can somebody send me a whisper if the chat is not working? I have not got a message since I'm tripping out because I'm the same way. Is there any newer messages? It's okay if y'all don't want to talk to me. It's just we were mid-conversation, so now I'm like, wait, am I not getting chats? I don't know. I am here listening, working from home. Sorry, that's okay. I was kind of talking to Shamanic anyway. But I am concerned because the OBS isn't working. That's fine. If you need to go back to lurking, for sure. So sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt your work. Glad to check in. Especially with the chat box glitching so much on the... Okay. Just checking in. Just making sure I'm getting chats. That's okay. Be busy. Nobody has to talk to me. I just wanted to check in. Shamanic was mid-conversation, so I thought maybe I was missing messages from him. Maybe he got disconnected. I don't know. I just wanted to make sure that it was still working and everything is still streaming. So, in that regard, it seems we are good. We are good. Okay. So, yeah. I want to go back to amazing. Sounds great. I was just going to answer the question that you brought up about artists being evil and whatnot. And I was going to give you my full answer. And then when you are done with what you're doing, we can talk, Kesha, if you want. You are here. Okay. Like I said, we were all chatting, and then I came back, and there was no one chatting, and I was like, wait, did I lose you guys? So, yeah, I wasn't trying to, like, pressure anyone. Nobody has to talk to me. I say that all the time. I'm the only one who agreed to talk on the stream. It's okay if you want to lurk, if you want to listen. So, Shamanic, let's talk. Not right now on stream, but let's link DM wise. Actually, I don't know if you have an iPhone, but if you have an iPhone, you can iMessage me from my email. I'll DM you about it. And that would probably be the most convenient way to talk. So I don't have any of my notifications on for any of my apps. And I lock that shit up. So, yeah. Oh, the baby's sleeping. The baby's so sweet. Oh, they love the baby. Oh, I love the baby. It's a baby. Oh, it loves you. Thanks for hanging out with us. It loves you. I love you. I love you. I love you. What's your name? Bye. Sorry, I got a little distracted. So yeah, we will talk about the podcast and music. We'll get into that. So, I am one of those people who believes that separating the art from the artist means that I like the artist and I don't really like the art. I'm trying to think of a good example. I can't think of anything off the top of my head right now. Big Sean kind of comes to mind. I really liked everything he was doing, you know? And I liked his whole persona, his demeanor, the way he loved his city, the way he had his like nonprofit and, you know, brought his mom everywhere and everything. Turns out he wasn't treating Jenna very good. But I really liked him. And I did like a lot of his songs, and I got really into that album, Dark Sky Paradise. But I didn't totally love his music in a way that sustained my love for his music. Zara Larsson, another good example. I love reading the comments she leaves on people's posts, the way she interacts with her fans. I love her sense of style. I love her opinions. I love the things that she'll get into in interviews or while she's performing. But her music, I don't care. I don't listen to it. I don't listen to it. To me, it sounds a lot like everything else. Her song, Michael Jackson, I feel like is the touchiest fucking subject. Because I don't know that innocent is the right word, but I don't really think he was as guilty. I don't think he was guilty of the things they said he did, in a sense. And I have a lot of reasons to feel that way. And I know it's like a really controversial opinion, but it is kind of how I feel. Because honestly, if he was diddling kids, they would have protected him. He would have been one of them. He would have, like, that, it doesn't make sense. Like, knowing what we know now, knowing how many of them were guilty and how that, like, propels your career in Hollywood, why would he be the only guy, the fall guy? Especially when Sony bought his entire fucking record collection right after he died. And he owned the Beatles, Masters. He owned everything. Beatles. That's what I'm saying. The dad of the child. Okay. So, first of all, I don't care who you are. My kid is not having an unattended sleepover in a grown man's house. I'm sorry, but we did not fault the parents enough in these situations. Because why are you not there? Why are you, like, I do not care how much I like a celebrity. I am not going to inherently trust them with my child. And that is very normal for parents, because there are certain people, there are parents of children who do not even trust them to sleep over at their friend's house, at their family's house, at anybody's house, right? So you cannot convince me that these people thought it was normal. They knew, yeah. Again, even if it's like your kid's friends, if you don't know the parents well enough and you don't trust them or you get a bad vibe, you're not letting them stay there. Like, that, it is what it is. Now that, especially your kids are older, they can kind of fend for themselves. They can communicate with you. They can, you know, handle themselves to an extent. You might ease up on the idea, but what are you thinking in the first place to let your kids stay over at a complete stranger's house? That, to me, in itself is a red flag. Because no fucking parent would ever fucking do that. Unless they were trying to. Okay. Right? I will continue. Unless they're trying to set them up. So, here's the thing. And I always kind of was like, did you know kids? And I had a friend that schooled me and gave me piece by piece everything that happened during this whole thing. And it is weird to have the kids spend the night, and people are talking about he did really weird stuff and he had all these weird things. And people are like, oh, well, he had child pornography in his house because he had art books with nudes of kids in it. And I was like, Did he? Because you know who actually did was Ruben, aka Pee Wee Herman. Pee Wee Herman got charged for whacking off in a theater, whatever, and so they also raided his house, and he had books by a specific photographer who did artistic nudity of fucking children. That is not okay to me. But I never heard that about Michael Jackson. Actually, I never heard that about Michael Jackson. Is it true? Maybe. Anybody can fucking look it up. But yeah, Pee Wee fucking Herman did. And he did a whole interview after he got off on his charges about, oh, well, it's art and I don't really see why it's a problem. And they made a big deal out of nothing and da 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 da. Okay. Okay. So just because it wasn't made with the intent. I don't know. I think that if you have kids and you have that kind of material, like, I don't know, I was thinking of like the little kids in bathtubs. Like that was really popular in the 90s where you like put the face of your own kid on the little kids and they're like naked in bathtubs, or like the little cherub angels with their butts out and they're like kind of like children. And I think it's very common for people who have kids to have that type of art in their house. I cannot think of a single time I saw any of that shit in someone's house who didn't have kids. Just saying. And like, I'm not saying it's wrong and that it's like more okay just because you have kids or whatever. But also, people had this shit hanging on their walls. They didn't have books of it. They had to go looking for and look through. Right? I'm just saying. I never heard that about Michael Jackson. I heard that about Pee Wee Herman. So, I don't know. If Michael Jackson had that shit, yeah, it is questionable. Okay? If he was really sleeping in the same bed as these kids, yeah, that's really fucking weird. Because as much as we're talking about all the parents probably shouldn't have let their kid fucking stay at a grown man's house that they don't really know, he also shouldn't have allowed that to happen in his house. That's why I say, like, is he guilty of everything they claim he's guilty of? I don't think so. Is he innocent? I also don't think so. Like, I don't think he's just an innocent person. Like, he shouldn't have been doing a lot of things he did. Was he so innocent that he actually didn't see anything wrong with some of those things? Maybe. I don't know the guy. Right? He respectfully does not really let me channel him. Because he knows how I feel about, like, channeling people like that. Like, I won't channel David Bowie and I won't channel fucking Nazis or whatever. You know what I mean? He's respectful. And when it's come up, it wasn't... Yeah. You know what I'm talking about, though, right? Yeah. But it was moms. Exactly, it was moms. So they had, like, naked kids running around. And then the kids are seeing pictures of kids. Like, it's, like, less weird than just, like, some grown person who, like, never had kids wants pictures of naked kids around. Like, I don't know. Fuck, it looks like I froze on the... Oh, no, I wasn't frozen. Damn, I really do sit still. I literally thought my screen was frozen because I was sitting so fucking still for a second. That's hilarious. So... Anyway, you shouldn't leave your kids in the house. So they sued him and settled out of court. And they got a big fucking payday from that. A big fucking payday from that. And it wasn't good enough. And 10 years later, they were back in court. And that is, like, essentially what led to their demise. His demise, I should say. But 6 months after, I don't know if it was the initial hearing or the initial trial or when they took him back to court, 6 months after the allegations dropped, that child's father killed himself. I'm sorry, but if that's not an admission of guilt, I don't know what is. But they kept pursuing it. And I'm sorry. I do believe victims. I do believe children. I do believe it. But to a certain extent, if you are going to, if you're going to reiterate this same story to a child, it will inherently believe whatever it is you're telling them. And it is possible to create false memories. And so this guy's like in his 30s now and he's recounting it. It's like, did it happen? Or was it planted in you to think of it this way, right? Especially when we see that there were way more vulnerable children around him, such as Macaulay Culkin, whose parents could not give a fuck less about him. They literally put that kid to work. They were trying to steal his fortune. They were trying to fuck his life up. It's 222 on the timer, by the way. They were horrible to him. There were kids like, now my timeline is probably a little off, but I'm not saying Drew Barrymore because I think she would have not been a kid anymore, right? Like, I don't know. Yeah, dude. And I don't think that there would have been so many available children. Like, okay, I love Nico. Nico had problems. Nico was a drug addict. I freely listen to Nico because she died before I was born. And if anybody is getting any money from her, it is her poor son that she abandoned so many times in her life and got addicted to heroin. And he is in his 70s now. Like, I don't feel bad listening to fucking Nico. Was she racist? Yes, there were incidences of racism. Was she rude? Yes, there was incidences of her being rude. Was she a fucking drug addict? Yes, she was a drug addict. But again, she was dead before I ever was alive, let alone listening to her. So I do not feel bad listening to her music because she did not promote those themes in her songs. Right? So that's not my point. My point is that Nico would bring her 4-year-old son, Ari, to parties. So she could drink and do drugs. And she would bring her 4-year-old son and say, sit here or do whatever you want. I don't care. And abandon this boy at fucking Hollywood, not Hollywood probably, but New York City parties where there are actively people drinking and doing drugs. Just didn't fucking care. Okay. Again, time wise, they didn't probably even know each other. I'm not implying that Michael Jackson had anything to do with her son. I'm saying between Ari and Drew Barrymore, whose parents were literally drugging her. She's 3 years old. They're getting her fucked up so that she'll work more, right? There are so many fucking kids in that industry that actively had parents who not only did not care about them, but put them in harm's way. Put them in harm's way. Put them in harm's way. That he could have completely taken advantage of. And one, they wouldn't know the difference because they were already being taken advantage of. And two, nobody would have come for him for it. Nobody would have cared. If you're already pimping your kid out, why would you give a fuck? Oh, it's Michael Jackson. They'd probably take that shit as a fucking compliment. It's weird. But it's weird, right? So, I'm just saying, why would he go for some random fucking kid from Australia who had loving and caring parents who left him at Michael Jackson's house overnight? It's so set up to me. Because again, Macaulay Culkin didn't even speak to his parents at a very young age. And Drew Barrymore is like too old, but her parents were literally drugging and abusing her, passing her around at parties and shit. I'm sorry, what? Again, Nico has nothing to do with Michael Jackson, was bringing her kid and leaving him unattended at party. Anybody could have done anything. He could have easily got kids in Hollywood. He did not need to go out and fly this kid in from fucking Australia because he wanted to be a backup dancer or whatever fucking however the story goes. I'm sorry. It's weird. It's bizarre. It makes no fucking sense. Just my opinion. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It's not logical. Because again, if he told his parents believed him and they pursued this lawsuit, obviously it wasn't a very good choice in a child victim because he had parents that were present and aware of what was going on. He could have easily picked an abandoned kid that was used to this kind of behavior. Or who had his own money. Whose parents had their own money. Whose parents had their kids' money. Like, it doesn't make sense. And that's my take on it. He owned the masters to the Beatles anthology, dude. Can you fathom that? And now Sony owns it all? Or Apple or somebody bought it after he died? They auctioned it off or whatever. The rights, it was all Sony, owned everything that Michael Jackson ever made, and Michael Jackson owned everything the Beatles ever made. Yeah, they had a lot of reasons to want that man dead and to want that man disgraced. And he wrote that song, Palestine Don't Cry, to the point where Sony was like, you can't release this? Why? Why? Are you so deep in their pockets? A record company is that deep in their fucking pockets? That's insane. Insane. You don't even have to really think about it. It's insane. It's insane. So, do I think he's an innocent person? Maybe not. He maybe was doing some weird shit he shouldn't have been doing. Do I think he was doing all that? Not really. Not really. It just doesn't make sense. Especially when so many of them were actively doing that shit. Makes no sense. J.E. was run in Florida by 2006. What do you think all those same people were up to in the 90s? Like, literally 10 years before that. I'm sorry. Be very, very fucking for real right now. Be very extremely for real. Like, he would have got away with it. If it were true. True. Like, truly true. Or if he wanted to. You don't think he would have backed on his own convictions to get out of that kind of... Thank you. Thank you. It is about discernment. It's about discernment. I'm sorry, but it's, you know, like, the whole thing doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. So, again, not going to call him innocent. I just don't find him that guilty. And also, the whole investigation didn't find him guilty either. And that was another big part of it, is they fucking raided this man's house so many times and didn't find anything. They investigated him so thoroughly for 10 years straight. They had all these witnesses and, like, nothing turned out to be extremely credible. Like, I don't know. And again, I want to believe victims, but it is very difficult when there's so much at stake from the perpetrator and the victim is young, and it's very important to listen to children, but when the victim is young, they can be very influenced by their parents, and the parents wanted a fucking payday, and, like, that's what it comes down to. So, yeah, I think if any scenario or artist was nuanced, it would be Michael Jackson, specifically. I'm very much with you on that. However, I have stopped listening to certain things because of who they are. So I was trying to think of another example of, like, separating the art from the artist, of people that I really like, but I don't like what they do. Like, that Hannah chick, she seems super cool. I've never watched anything she's been in. I don't care. She's like an actress, Hannah Einberg or something like that. I literally don't even know her name. She's so cool. Loved her speech. She's like, fuck ice, go birds, or whatever. She's really cool. I've never seen anything she's in, and I really don't care. For me? Modding for me? Mod love. I love that. Yay. That's so cool. I feel like I have a really prime example, and I cannot think of who it is, where I was like, oh, I just love them, but I can't stand their music. Or, like, Billie Eilish is a good example, where I love that she got in a room full of billionaires and said, why are you a billionaire? Give away your money. That was cool as fuck. I fuck with that message heavy, but I don't like her music, really, you know? There's a better example. Well, not better example, but there's another example. I can't think of who it is right now, but whatever, you get the point. That's my idea of separating the art from the artist. If the artist turns out to be a very shitty person, I ain't fucking separating shit. You're garbage. I used to love Brand New. I saw Brand New in concert. I fell asleep at the concert and I was very depressed, but it was kind of boring, but it is what it is. I loved Brand New. Then that shit came out about Jesse Lacey messaging 15-year-old girls when he had an adult girlfriend at home and his bandmates basically knowing about it, being cool with it until he got caught. That was weird. And it was multiple girls messaging, let me see your tits, let me see your tits. Not even proper grooming. Just jumps into, I'm a rock star, let me see your tits. I don't listen to Brand New anymore, and I think it's weird that people do. There's no way you don't know. There's no way you're super into a fucking band. Oh, that's awesome. That's going to be so fun. I wish I was in a beach house for a week. Holla. Yes, I will message you if you get back to me next week. That's fine. What I'm going to do you have an iPhone? I kind of like briefly brought that up. No, I like Chappell Roan's music. I listen to Chappell Roan all the time. Jesus Christ. I love Chappell Roan. But Sabrina Carpenter, love her personality, love her style, love her showmanship. Not really into her music. A lot of the music these days sounds exactly the same. So I used to love Brand New. I stopped listening to that shit. Guess what? I never liked Drake. I am a proud day one Drake hater. I never liked Drake. Never. Thank you. Never got into Drake. Never liked. I liked some of the songs he features on. Never liked Drake. Never thought he was good. Never understood it. Clocked him being creepy when he was talking to Millie Bobby Brown, being twice her age when she was 14 years old. And he, oh my God, that interview on the red carpet haunts me to this day. Hated him since day one. So it's very vindicating. The whole Kendrick beef. Vindicated, you know. David Bowie. Listen, I liked David Bowie in high school. And I thought I was so cool for liking David Bowie in high school. But guess what? That man was a fucking creep. That man, I almost brought him up earlier. Okay? Because, you know what? I'm bringing it up now. Fuck David Bowie. I feel probably more strongly about Coco Chanel because she ruined fashion, is a Nazi. But David Bowie's kind of a fucking pedo. So, pretty much equal hate, right? David Bowie, first of all, he wanted to be Peter Gabriel so bad. Do I have the facts to prove that or back it up my claim? No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't. But I will tell you, Peter Gabriel was wearing women's clothing while performing music on stage as early as 1968. Okay. David Bowie didn't start doing it until what? Ziggy Stardust in 1972? Yeah, wow. That, honestly, crazy that I fucking knew that came out in 1972. I am blown away. That's wild that I remembered that. I just, like, pulled that out of my ass. So, I would have to really look at his whole discography to know if I am correct. But I'm pretty sure he was not doing any of the dress up stuff until that point. That was his breakthrough, right? So he just, I guess Life on Mars, he's wearing eyeshadow. But that was in 1971. So I'm pretty sure Ziggy, if I'm remembering correctly, Ziggy Stardust was like the first time he did drag, basically. Peter Gabriel was already doing it. He was already putting on performances. He was writing whole storylines and making up characters, and he was doing that shit, okay? Also, Peter Gabriel put out the song Modern Love on his first album, and David Bowie didn't put out Modern Love until 1983. So we're talking Peter Gabriel put out Modern Love in 1975, and David Bowie didn't put out his Modern Love until 1983. When is that from? I'll look it up. The world. 1970. Still not before Peter Gabriel, but I hear you. I hear you. Peter Gabriel started doing this shit in 1968. Okay? Okay. I'm just saying. But you're right. He is wearing a dress. And he also didn't start character building until Ziggy Stardust. So, anyway, I am making a point here. I think he wanted to be Peter Gabriel, whatever. So, simultaneously, while Peter Gabriel is putting on this whole elaborate characters and drag and costumes, and David Bowie's like peeping that shit because, mind you, they're both English. So, people in America didn't really know what Peter Gabriel was up to at the time. He was still in Genesis, right? David Bowie was gaining traction at the same time. You know, but he was more popular in America. So he could do whatever it was that Genesis was doing, that he's peeping, because nobody really fucking knew who Genesis was at the time. People still didn't really know who Genesis was until Phil Collins put out Sussudio. I mean, that's not necessarily true, but it's low-key kind of true, okay? So I will continue. So, David Bowie was simultaneously watching Lou Reed flourish as a queer artist. Now, I understand why you are probably thinking, did you just call Lou Reed a queer artist? Yeah, the Velvet Underground is one of the first fucking mainstream queer bands to exist in rock and roll history. You can argue with your mama. Or you can argue with me right now. Why wouldn't they be queer? How would they not be queer? Lou Reed was never ashamed of the relationships he had with trans women. He was never ashamed to talk about the things he experienced with men. He never disregarded anyone in the scene for who they were. Okay? He wrote, "Oh, Sweet Nothing." That was a very sad, I don't want to say trans anthem. That was a sad fucking song. Take a Walk on the Wild Side. Okay? They were queer as fuck. I don't care. They didn't do drag. They didn't do makeup. They didn't look like women. They were queer. They were queer through and through. They were very connected to the queer scene. They were putting that shit on the map, bro. And they collaborated with those people. The worst thing that ever happened to any of them was Andy Warhol. Okay, I hate that man. As much as I hate David Bowie, as much as I hate Coco Chanel. I hate Andy Warhol. And I'm glad he's dead. That's a mean thing to say. Fuck Andy Warhol, dude. He took such bad advantage of everyone. He was significantly older than all of the people that we're talking about right now. And he introduced them all to drugs, specifically heroin, ruined lives, killed people. Like, I understand why that chick, Valerie Solanas, tried to kill him. I understand. Where she was coming from. If only. If only. I'm just saying. Oh, I hate that man. Anyway, that's the worst part about the Velvet Underground and Nico, is that Andy Warhol did the fucking cover, right? And probably funded the project because he was a fucking rich bitch. So, also, Nico was with the Velvet Underground for 1 year. She made one album and was with the band from 1967 to 1968. Came out with her own album the same year, which is, I love the Velvet Underground and Nico. But Chelsea Girl by Nico, the album Chelsea Girl, whoo, that is one of my favorite albums ever. And the Velvet Underground and Nico just really doesn't even hold a candle to Chelsea Girl, okay? My opinion. But Crazy, okay? Ugh. Yeah, fuck Andy Warhol, dude. What a hack. You don't have to know anything about him to see that his art sucked and that he was a fucking weirdo. And that's why all the women in his life didn't fucking dedicate shit to him. That's why Nico wrote Chelsea Girl, because she was talking about the perspective of being the girl. The song Chelsea Girl, his room 516, it's enough to make you sick. I can't think of the words. She's all tied up in something, whatever, right? Yeah, no. The men, he may have got away with it with the men, but the women in his life were like, yeah, fuck this chauvinistic pig, right? So anyway, Lou Reed and the Velvet Underground was queer. I'm not going to say it was gay because it wasn't just like homoerotic, YMCA type shit. It was queer because it was inclusive, and it was very much, again, they were like openly with trans women, and they would do drag shows and had many collaborations with many queer people, openly queer people, and that was very cool and very forward. Okay, so you're probably wondering, how did we get on this topic of Lou Reed and the Velvet Underground? Well, I will always bring it back to Lou Reed and the Velvet Underground because I fucking love them. But anyways, I'm actually talking about David Bowie. So I'm talking about Peter Gabriel, I'm talking about the Velvet Underground, and I'm talking about David Bowie. Because what did David Bowie do? He started making costumes, creating characters, just like Peter Gabriel was doing. And he also started to claim bisexuality. I think because of Lou Reed. Lou Reed being openly queer and writing queer anthems and working with queer people and having a scene. They fucking ran New York, dude. They ran New York. Sometimes I'm like, oh, if I could live in any time, any place, I would live in New York in the late 60s. That would be so sick. You go to Woodstock, hang out with, but also I would have been addicted to heroin. So like, I probably would have died very quickly. Probably better I didn't. But, I bet it was a time. Oh my God, I bet it was a time. I bet it was a time. So David Bowie is seeing how Peter Gabriel is making waves and getting the attention of a lot of critics, and he's seeing how popular and well-connected Lou Reed is and how he's working with some of the major influences in music and art and running the scene. And so what does he do? He copies them. I'm sorry, but he copied them. I don't know timelines. I don't know actual specifics. I don't have any way to prove this other than doing not doing research, but just my own observations. This is just based on my own observations. So he's claiming bisexuality. Why do I say it like that? Well, first of all, he was having sex with little girls. He was 28 or 32 or some fucking crazy ass age when he took Lori Maddox's virginity. And she was 14 years old. And yes, he knew that she was a virgin, and he knew that she was 14. And he did it anyway. Now, are these people set up by the record companies to do things to blackmail them so that they, whatever? The girls admitted to it. And the thing is, they were kind of like, oh yeah, it was so cool. I was hanging out with rock stars all the time, and I was doing this and that. And, David Bowie, she was saying it because she was like excited and proud of it until she got much older. And then she was like, that was fucking weird. I mean, I'm talking like in her 30s, 50s, whatever it was. She was like reflecting on this, doing interviews and writing a book and talking about, oh, this was like such a good time in my life. And it wasn't until now that she's like in her 70s that she was like, what the fuck was that? The fuck was that? Like, ew. Like, what a life, And again, comes back to what the fuck were these parents doing, right? Just like how, what's his name? Liv Tyler's dad. Whatever his name is, the Aerosmith guy, adopted a child so he could take her across straight lines and fuck her. Talk about daughter issues. Okay. They were all doing it. It was normal. It's not normal, though. It's not normal. Okay? Because one thing I will say about Coco Chanel, her and her lovers, they were all born within 2 years of each other. So it wasn't just normal to, like, go after like young teenage girls. Like there was very much a normal presence of same age relationships and having fucking adults around. Like it's such mythos to think that this is just what's normal. It's not. It never was. It was always fucking taboo and it was always fucking weird. And people will try to rewrite history and say it wasn't, but there are so many non-age gapped relationships and so many adult brides. It was weird then, and it's weird now. They're just trying to make it normal because they haven't changed. So, David Bowie claiming to be bisexual, claiming to be queer, claiming all these things, when really he's a fucking pedo and he's fucking children. Children. 14 years old. Children. Not even like legal age of consent, which is bullshit anyway. The age of consent is so teenagers can fuck each other. It's so a 16-year-old and a 17-year-old can have sex. Hey! How's it going? We're not really doing tarot right now. We're talking about music and separating the art from the artist. Except not separating the art from the artist. So, David Bowie's fucking weird. He marries Iman. They have a baby. It's Sam Jones, right? Sam Duncan Jones. I don't know. Whatever, they have a kid. That's fine. They were married, happily married until the day he died. So, in the 90s, okay, this is like 20, 30 years after he came out, after he was doing drag and wearing all the outfits and saying he's bisexual and da-da-da-da-da. He comes out in an interview. He says, I was never bisexual. I was trying to sell records. He said it. I watched the fucking interview with my own two eyes. Granted, I watched it a long time ago. It might be scrubbed from the internet by now. Sorry, but what? Proving my point that he was. Oh yeah. Well, it wasn't like Led Zeppelin. It was Jimmy Page specifically. He. I can't remember her name. Not Lori Maddox. The other one. The other big one. Sable Starr, I think. She was like 15 and she's like, oh my God, I love Led Zeppelin. And he's like, oh, come backstage. And basically locked her up in the green room while he went to go perform and told security, like, don't let her out. Literally torturing these girls. Torturing these girls. I'm sorry, I literally just said I'm not even doing tarot right now. Torturing these girls. Torturing them. Not just deflowering them and traumatizing them for life, but literally torturing them. He was so fucking abusive to her. I don't think it was Sable Starr. I think I'm forgetting what her name is, but it was really bad, specifically with Jimmy Page. Yeah. Like, a lot of them. So, David Bowie, right up there in the creep factor. Don't care. So, then he comes out and says, I was never bisexual. Yeah, we know. You're a fucking pedo, dude. Like, are you serious? You're literally fucking 14-year-olds when you're 30. And then you want to say, oh, actually I was never gay? Yeah, we know. We know. You fucking weirdo. Literally admitted he was just trying to sell records. Didn't care about the fashion. Didn't care about the sexuality. Didn't care. It was just part of the times. I never forgave him for that. I found out about the bisexuality thing because everybody says he's a queer icon and he's a bisexual staple, da-da-da. He literally came out in an interview and said he fucking wasn't. That sucks. But again, I watched that interview when I was like deep diving him in high school. Like, I'm pretty sure I found it off Wikipedia. It might still be there, but it was devastating. And we are talking about David Bowie, by the way. I don't know the delay in the chat in the video, but yeah, fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. So I did listen to David Bowie pretty heavily in high school. I did. And don't get me wrong, you know, but that's the thing. He was still alive. Still alive when I'm finding all this shit out. So I was like, fuck that. He's making all this money. For what? I'm not contributing to that shit. Fuck no. I'm not going to be a part of that. Are you serious? Absolutely the fuck not. No. Fuck him too. And the thing is, when you know these things, You know these things about these people. Iggy Pop was just as bad. Iggy Pop and David Bowie were fucking buddies. I'm sorry. Iggy Pop literally put right in a song that he was attracted to 13-year-olds, to a 13-year-old, whatever it was. Iggy Pop's a creep too. I never really got into his music, but I'm like, absolutely do not give a fuck about that man. Will not go see him. Will not, just won't do it, right? But David Bowie, I did listen to. And when you go back and you hear these songs with fresh ears, rapple, rapple, you tore your dress. Rapple, rapple, your face is a mess. Rapple, rapple. Whatever. Hot tramp, I love you so. Oh, you pretty things. Don't you know you're driving your mothers and fathers insane? Yeah, it's gross. When you, like, really put it together, you're like, wow, genuinely? What the fuck? Like, he was writing that shit about a 14-year-old. He was singing about baby rupees and shit. That's crazy. So, yeah, I don't really believe in separating the art from the artist, and I understand a lot of them are evil. But that's why when people are like, oh, he's a drug addict, or he's like an asshole. When people are like, oh, I don't like that celebrity because they were an asshole. I could care less. Were they in the E-files? Then let's move on. I literally don't care if someone was fucking mean to you. They're still doing their job. So the Doors, I got into really late as well. Here's the thing with the Doors. I feel like he maybe wasn't necessarily a creep because he also had same, as far as I know, he was having same age kind of like affairs as well. He was like with Pam for a long time. They're like, I'm pretty sure, real close in age, if not the same age. And then he had an affair with that woman that he married. She like married him. It was weird. She's a fucking weirdo for like even claiming, like, fuck her, dude. But okay, so he was born in 1943. Pam was born in 1946. Yeah, so she's like 3 years younger than him. So like, they met when she was like 18 or whatever, and he was 21. There wasn't as many people, options, and, travel and internet and stuff like that. So, who the fuck was his wife? It was really weird. She like spiritually married him and then told everyone. And then I don't know if he ever had a thing with Janis Joplin or not. This bitch doesn't even show up. Claire, no. I don't even remember her name, dude. She literally like took his last name, went by his last name. It was weird as fuck. I don't know. And it was like, dude, you knew he was with Pam and you still did all that is so fucking embarrassing. But she, again, I'm pretty sure was his age. So I don't think, especially because he died at 27, I don't think he was doing that stuff. I think that he was making commentary about that stuff going on. And I think that when they really were gaining traction and people were like really dissecting his music and analyzing his lyrics and coming to his shows and he was getting the press, I feel like he ended up dead. Like, I don't know. I'm not saying he's innocent. It seems like he was not notoriously doing those things. I think he was making commentary on what was happening in the music industry around him. In particular with Jim Morrison, to be honest. Because there is no sound evidence that he was doing that, and none of the baby groupies ever talked about him. He's never on the lists or anything, so I honestly think that he was peeping that shit and writing about it and exposing some of them. I do think that's kind of what was happening. So, yeah, I don't think it would be dead necessarily. It's kind of like the whole Michael Jackson thing all over again, where it's like, right, why would he be dead if that's what they were all about and all these other guys lived? I know there's a lot of conspiracies about that too. Some people think he's still alive and just working in the CIA or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. You can look up his parents. I mean, I guess I don't know. I feel like it would be very obvious by now who his parents were because nothing stays secret forever. But let's see. George Stephen Morrison. He was in the Navy. He was an admiral in the Navy. So I don't even think it's not really a secret. He was doing that shit, you know. This mom just seemed to be a mom. It didn't really say much about who she is. But what's funny is both his parents were born in 1919, which furthers my point about how age gap relationships were not necessarily the fucking norm. They just want you to think it was because they're trying to make it the norm now. You know, just throwing that out there. 1919, they were born. So you're talking like back in the day, 100 years ago when they met, like a little less, but still like exactly my point. It was not normal. It was not fucking normal. Like people normalized the hell out of it for no goddamn reason. It was always fucking weird. It was always fucking creepy. It was never fucking okay. Personal opinion. I had to roll the ads. I have like 2 minutes until the ads. I did not think I would go on a tangent quite that long. Quite that long about this topic. If you want to do any tarot, we need to do it now because I am going to start getting tired very soon here. I'm out of coffee. I just, whatever. I'm down to keep chatting for a little bit. I started earlier tonight so I could get to bed earlier than I did last night. So it's not super late right now, but yeah, we can discuss it, see how y'all feel. My intention was to do tarot tonight, but sometimes when the conversation is good, I'll get to talking. So let me know what you think. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Okay? Okay. What up? How's it going? What's going on? Tick-tock on the dot, but the party don't stop. So what's up? What's up, everybody? The ads are over. The ads are over. What do you want to do? I'm going to keep talking shit? I was going to talk about myself like I did last night because I'm like, you know what? The one thing that I can be justified in speaking on is me, right? Just me. And then it turned into hating on everything. Per usual, I'm a big fucking hater. But I'm also a big lover. I'm a big into wonder and amazement and awe and love and I'm a good friend and generally speaking a good person and yeah, I'm just a fucking also a hateful bitch. So it is what it is. How's everybody doing tonight? Kind of same. People get really upset and they're like, don't yuck other people's yums. And it's like, dude, do you not want to know if someone's a predator or not? Like, I don't understand how we're going to be so fucking up in arms about all the e-files, and yet you can't even fucking stop listening to some fucking band. Like, get real. Get real. Yeah. I'm a really good friend. I get a lot of good feedback on that. I am a really good friend. Once my friend, pretty much always my friend. Like, you really gotta fuck it up. And the relationship dynamics may change, but you will always be a friend to me. If you are my friend. If you are ever my friend. And, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of believe that. I gotta stop sitting still because I keep thinking that the shit froze, and it didn't. I just am too still. It's very creepy. It happens a lot, actually, the stillness. So what's up, everybody? Welcome to my stream. Hi, MTV. Welcome to my stream. Yeah. I have a lava lamp at home. I'm not home right now. Hi. I'm not home right now. But if you want to leave a message, just start talking at the sound of the tone. Hello? This is your mother. Are you there? Are you coming home? Ha, ha. Name that song. You probably all fucking know the song. You don't even know what I'm singing. Oh my god. Actually, I would love to go on this tangent. Because I would love to do all types of stuff. Actually, maybe I will talk about myself. Do we want to do... Does anybody care about getting their cards read? There was like one person in here who was totally acting up. Does anybody else care for collective reading? Or do you just want to have a little chat before I go? What's up? What do you want to do? What do y'all want to do? It's so funny. I have this fucking saint candle of Noah Cyrus. So random. Her show was pretty good though. I saw her way long ago. Probably 2018. This candle is not worth $25. It's just fucking probably $1 store fucking candle with a label printed on it. And it's not, it's just a picture. It's not even full label. It's just like they slapped a sticker on there. But fucking genius marketing, I guess. I don't know. You know what? No, I'm not gonna light it right now, but maybe next time. Okay, so that song is Laurie Anderson's "Oh Superman," and you probably know that song because people were on TikTok and they were going, "Well, you don't know me, but I know you," and just that part, and she says, "I've got a message to give to you. Here come the planes." That's nice. They're American planes, made in America, smoking or non-smoking. So it's crazy, full circle moment. I don't remember what triggered that line. It was so funny. I was playing this game. I was talking about this last night, but I was playing a game with my friend. We're coming back from our road trip, and we're in the car, so I was like, let's just name a song for every letter of the alphabet. And so for O, I said "Oh Superman" by Laurie Anderson. And she goes, "Is that scary song?" I was like, "Ha, ha, ha, ha." And she's like, yes, that's the one. That's the one. So, Laurie Anderson is like one of my favorite artists, but she never considered herself an artist. She considers herself a storyteller. She says, "I'm a storyteller. I don't know, I'm not really a musician or an artist. I'm a storyteller." Amazing. Fucking love that. Oh, my thing. I just noticed. So I pulled on my hair back. The tie. There we go. Okay, fixed it. Don't worry. I fixed it. So, she's super cool. I have loved her since high school. I was like kind of obsessed in high school, and I love it. And I think I was maybe talking about this on stream last night, or actually it was probably in the car, but in that song "Oh Superman," which is a classic, it's like her one hit even before it went viral. It was like her only hit. But she says, "Neither snow nor rain, no blue of night, shall stay these corridors from swift completion of their appointed rounds." And then one day, it's probably like 10 years ago, I walk into the post office and I'm like, "Oh no shit, they got Laurie Anderson on the wall. What the fuck?" I didn't realize that's where she got that from. Super funny moment for me. Just like, not realizing. But yeah. So, Laurie Anderson, one of my favorite artists. I really know her because of Peter Gabriel. Well, my dad always liked both, but I first heard Laurie Anderson through or because of Peter Gabriel. They did a lot of collaborations. So she's on the album, I think it's So. I think she's on So, which is like his very popular album with In Your Eyes from 1986. And she does Excellent Birds with him. So I think it's on that album. And then she has another same version of Excellent Birds with him on one of her albums. I don't know her albums that well. It might be Sharky's Day, but I doubt it. Peter Gabriel. So, let's see how many of my facts. Yes, came out in 1986. This is the picture. Yeah, Excellent Birds. The same thing. Same song. This is the picture. This is the picture. Flying birds. Excellent birds. Standing on their heads, get ready. Yeah, it's super weird. So, she's like so fucking cool. So I think his version is called This is the Picture, and her version is called Excellent Birds, if I'm not mistaken. I swear to God, if this is Excellent Birds, this is just the anthology. 1983. Yeah, what is that? Is that not? Oh, Mr. Heartbreak is the name of the album, but I think Sharky's Day is on that album. Something's coming up. Sharky's Day. I was like, I don't want to say I was brainwashed, but I really did listen to like a lot of Laurie Anderson in high school. And now that I'm like doing this, I'm like, damn bitch, that was kind of weird as fuck. Like I listened to so much Laurie Anderson. Oh my God, what I wouldn't give to take a look at my iPod. Hi, sorry, I was looking at a web browser. Hi puppies. How are you? I miss you. I didn't see you at Comic-Con this year, which is like the only time I see you, so guess I'm just never see you again. Whatever. Who's eating McDonald's? Who's got a Big Mac? Or Big Mac knockoff? I just got the sensory overload of a Big Mac. Who is that? So anyway, Laurie Anderson was pretty much my favorite in high school. I still really like her, but I don't just like listen to her as much. Mostly because I get into like one song and just listen to it on repeat. And that's it. I should get a Laurie Anderson CD. I know you didn't. I asked you if you were going. And you said no. And it was a month ago. So you should kind of remember like what was going on a month ago. Otherwise, that's a really bad sign for you, Gio. Just saying. So, Laurie Anderson, very cool lady. Really like her. One of my favorite songs is Gravity's Angel, which features Peter Gabriel. Really good song. You can dance. You can make me laugh. You got it all. You know how to turn the birds out of the sky, but I got one thing. I loved you better. So good. Send it out. No, it was Peter Gabriel comes in. Send it out. Watch it rise and see it fall. Gravity's angel. Send it out. Watch it rise and see it fall. Gravity's angel. And she talks. He was a funny guy in a funny place. I also ran the human race, whatever, I don't know. If it's on, I probably know the whole thing, but I guess I don't know it off rip. I don't listen to it enough. But, full circle moment, because we were talking about Peter Gabriel. They collabed all the time in the 80s. And fuller circle moment, Laurie Anderson married one man. She was grown. And not to mention, Laurie Anderson is a non-binary icon. but I don't think she identifies as non-binary at all. I think that she's very she, her. And that's that, like that's, she's just never identified that way. But she truly is like non-binary. She like defines it, So she got married one time in her life. She was in her 50s or 60s when she got married. Okay, she is 79 now. She got married in 2008. So that would be 18 years ago. So yeah, she was like 60. She got married at the age of 60. The only marriage she ever had in her life. Guess who she was fucking married to, bro? Nobody's here to guess because my friend is working. And this whole moment, this drop of information is really for them. This friend, my new friend. Occasionals. But work interrupted the fun. And so feels less fun that he's not here to say, oh my God, who did she marry? It's really exciting, actually. Sunday down, watch it rise and see it fall. I've seen so many artists live. I've seen so many people perform. And I am so grateful for all of them. But god damn. Oh, do I wish that I would have seen Laurie Anderson. She still plays shows. She's playing fucking Europe all summer. She was just in New York kind of recently, but I just really didn't have the funds or the means to get there. I don't think I had ever even been to New York before when she played there last, and God, I would fucking go to Ireland just to see her, but again, I really can't afford it. I can't even fly right now. So, yeah. Watching her perform the Tiny Desk concert is literally so good. It's so good. Oh my God. I'm going to find it and then share the link. Oh, so fucking cool. And she was not a fan of her song going viral because she was like, dog, y'all don't even fucking know my music. You don't even know me. Well, you
imagine
don't
being
know
able to build
like, how
anything
ironic.
just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea.
She's like,
support for NPR Music comes from Capital One, proud supporters of NPR Music and the Tiny Desk Contest. What's in your wallet? Learn more at CapitalOne.com.
Okay. Lower her down. Okay, copy. Watch it rise and see it fall.
I met this guy, and he looked like he might have been a hat check clerk at an ice rink, which in fact he turned out to be. And I said, oh boy,
look at this woman.
right, again, let X equal
so real, dude. I bet it was cool.
X.
I bet it was cool. Maybe I shouldn't be so hateful. I don't know. Maybe I have the wrong stance on things. Maybe, But again, it's like really hard for you like listen to these songs. It's like, ew, when you were literally singing about a teenage girl, it just don't hit the same for me.
It's a sky, blue sky.
So anyway, now that you're here,
Satellites are
Laurie Anderson. I don't know if you were listening the whole time.
Equal
Laurie Anderson
X.
got married one time in her life when she was about 60, 64 years old. And she married a man who had been married 3 times. Right? They were together probably about 10 years.
You know, I could write a book.
They got married.
And this book would be thick enough
2008. And then
to
he
start
died
an ox.
5 years
Because I
later.
can see the
Oh,
future.
but you know what? I'm glad she got that experience.
In this
I'm glad she got to marry
place.
someone. They were
About
so
70 miles east of here.
Guess who it was?
Where it's lighter.
I don't even know. I don't know if you could guess. If
When
you
you're
already
on
know
over
what
here.
I'm talking about. I'm like way too into music, dude. It's actually hilarious.
Got to tell
like
you.
I
Let X
have no rhythm.
equal X.
The music? Is there music playing? Oh my god. I hope I don't get flagged for that. There's no sound coming out of my computer. I didn't even realize. Oh fuck. I really hope I don't get flagged for that. That's so funny, dude. She married Lou Reed. I'm fucking freaked the fuck out. My two favorite fucking artists in high school. And they got married while I was in high school. Like, oh my god, so cute. So cute. And then I saw him at Lollapalooza in 2009, I think. And that's Laurie Anderson. It was the Laurie Anderson Tiny Desk concert. I didn't realize that it was going to pick up sound on my computer. I thought I had to play it out of my speakers. Yeah, so I love them. And I'm so sad that they only got like 5 years of marriage together. I think that's just like so fucking sad. But, you know, he's lucky he even made it to fucking 71 or whatever. Like, he was such a fucking drug addict. You know, lived dangerously, kind of live fast, die young type, and he still made it to old age. Good for him. But I just wish my girl got to enjoy her fucking marriage a little longer, dude. It's the only time in her life she got married. It was his third wife. They loved each other, man. Oh, they made a really cute song together too, actually. In our sleep, as we speak. Listen to the drums beat in our sleep, as we meet. Listen to the drums beat in our sleep.
Good then.
Very fucking cute. I love his voice. His shaky, old. I love it. I love it. Huh. Yeah, I get it. I honestly think I like Lou Reed so much because he is, how I would say, slightly more accessible. And also, he married Laurie Anderson. So, huge fucking bias. I don't even think I could pick John Cale out of a fucking crowd. Like, don't know. I like that song he made with, Charlie XCX, actually. I've never listened to his solo stuff. Couldn't really pick him out of a crowd. Really don't care about him. Yeah. I love the Velvet Underground, though. I'm set free. I'm set free. Is that a John Cale album? I would not even know that. Like, you could play it for me. I wouldn't be like, oh, is this John Cale? I got nothing to do with that guy. Except for what he had to do with the Velvet Underground. Really, truly, like, yeah, I know it's ignorant, but yeah. Yeah, so that's full circle stream, right? Am I right? Full circle stream. I love it. But yeah, sometimes I talk about stuff and I like dissect the hell out of it and I bitch and I criticize and then I like definitely think like that's crazy. Cause am I being too harsh? Like, should I have said that? Am I being pretentious? Am I being snobby? Am I and if this were any other scenario, would I still feel the same way? Or am I choosing people who are easy to hate or whatever, like would I feel bad if this was someone I knew? Would I feel bad if this was somebody that I knew loved this person on a personal level? And why do I always come for like artists, in music and stuff? But I don't even like talk about like locals or like people who affect our daily lives and things like that. Like I just sometimes I get that weird kind of like guilt factor of like, oh man, should I have said that? Did I need to say all that? Am I being annoying? Am I being too harsh? Am I being too critical? And it comes down to kind of like Buddhism, which I have complained about on its own. That's a pretty good song. Linger on with pale blue eyes. Linger on with pale blue eyes. I think the first Velvet Underground song that anybody hears. Well, Take the Walk on the Wild Side is technically Lou Reed, isn't it? I don't know. I was talking about the first time I listened to the Velvet Underground. It honestly may have been like Venus in Furs because I was with a creepy dude. That was one of the first ones I heard was Venus in Furs, but I think he probably played me something off of the Velvet Underground and Nico. It's like the whole point. Severin, speak so slightly. Like, that's not... It's fucking gay as fuck, dude. The fuck? You're literally... Okay. Whiplash girl child in the dawn. Don't forsake me. Strike his mistress and cure his heart. Wild. But yeah, sometimes I think I should keep my mouth shut, but then I get on here and I'm like, oh well, we talking now. And I think that's why sometimes it's good to just self-analyze and stick to tarot and whatnot. And not get too into these conversations and not piss people off and not be controversial. But then who would I be if I wasn't? Separate, speak so slightly. So funny. I don't know. Just cracks me up. I kind of feel like I could make it to 4 hours, but I don't know if I want to. I might go. I'm sorry we didn't do any tarot. I was up so late last night. But I finished a show that I had been watching. It's called Spirited. Overall, I couldn't really tell you if it was a good show or not. I guess I did like it, and I thought they ended it really well. Also, this is so funny. Last night I was talking about I have this bumper sticker up on my wall, and it says Earth is the insane asylum for the universe. I literally found another one. I went through a bunch of my stuff today, and I reorganized a little bit, so I had more room to sit at my desk, and I didn't feel overcrowded, and I just like put things in different places. I'm going to go through it more when I start moving my stuff. But I found another one of the same exact bumper sticker. What? My take of them being fucking queer? That's not a secret. What's my take on them? Fucking queer band. They're a queer band. They're a queer punk band. They, like, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's a secret, you know? Say a word for Ginger. She ain't got nothing at all. Took the shoes from his feet, Drew the poor body into the street, and this is what he said. Oh, sweet nothing. Ain't got nothing at all. Tons of them. And again, Lou Reed openly had relationships with many trans women, and he was not ashamed of it. And I think that's even really cool too, because a lot of trans people had to hide it and had to, they had to be a secret, and they had to just pass as women, or, but he didn't care. He was like, they're openly trans and I love them and I don't care. So that's Lou Reed, It was so funny. I saw like a fucking corny ass Facebook post, and someone was like, Lou Reed's music is the least interesting thing about him. Did you know that he dated such and such trans woman, from this date to this date? And all of the comments were like, yeah, have you ever heard the music in question that you're saying is not interesting? Have you ever heard of Lou Reed? Like, everyone was like, yeah, duh. Like, big part of his identity, actually. The fuck are you talking about? It was very funny. Very funny. Because I saw the post and I was like, this fucking bitch. And then I saw the comments and I was like, right, I know. That's the only one that feels that way. And when you wake up next to him in the middle of the night, with your head in your hands, you're nothing more than his wife. And when you think about me, all of those years ago, you're standing face to face with I told you so. You know I hate to say I told you so. You know I hate to say I told you so. Damn. Music is kind of a special interest, but it's not any music in particular that I get so specially interested. It's literally like all music that I've ever liked. I know a lot about the music that I like, And I think that's part of why it's like hard to separate the art from the artist. But, yeah, fuck that guy. They're all dead. It doesn't matter. Also, going back to David Bowie, his estate is insane. They will come after anyone for anything. You can barely use a lightning bolt. They act like they fucking trademarked a lightning bolt. Bitch, it's a lightning bolt. The fuck? Get the fuck out of here. And they come after people long after he died. It's so fucking annoying. You don't need any more money, I promise. Like, who gives a fuck? Dude's dead. He's not putting out anything new. Like, what difference does it fucking make, honestly? So fucking annoying. Yeah. I'm a hater, dude. I'm a certified freak. 7 days a week. No, I'm just kidding. I'm a certified hater. I am, for sure, like a lover girl. And that's all fine and dandy. But I am a fucking hater at the end of the day. And I don't even want to be. This is my problem with Buddhism, though. It's like, first of all, hating shit, not Buddhist. Second of all, wanting to be different, also not Buddhist. I'm never going to be a Buddhist. When I was in 7th grade and I was questioning my religion while I was going to Catholic school, I was like, Mom, I want to be a Buddhist. And she was like, when you are grown up, you can decide whatever you want. And I was like, whatever, dude. And I didn't become a Buddhist. And now I realize I never was going to be. I was never going to be a fucking Buddhist. It's just not for me. I love desire and I love suffering. I can't do it. I'm sure it's really nice. I'm sure it's really fulfilling and fun for people who are, but it's just not. It's not really in the cards for me. You know, I'm just not a Buddhist. I hear a lot of things about Taoism that do appeal to me, though. I could see myself being a Taoist for sure. But yeah, I don't know. I think I am gonna go. I don't think I'm gonna stream for another 20 minutes to make it to. Yeah, I actually might be able to find the specific stream I did, because like I said, I put them all on YouTube. I might be able to remember which video it was. You would crack the fuck up. It was my most outrageous stream. There's just no holding back sometimes. I am a critic. I think that if I was destined to do anything, I am like destined to be a critic. Like Ebert and Ropert, or whatever the fuck their names were. Roger and Ebert, Ropert, Ebert and Ropert. I don't know. Sometimes I look back at my channel and I get so sad. I'm like, oh my god, I was so cute. And my setup was so good. On this day, I've been trying to get that taste off my tongue. I was dreaming of just you, and now I see you. It is warm, attractive day in a rubble of the night from before. Now I can walk in a vacuum. I feel ugly. I feel my pores. It's the trees of this day that I do battle with for the light. Then I start to feel tragic. People greet me. I'm blind. What's the day?
Been here sooner, but we were having some
What you
technical
doing?
difficulties, which led to
How's
some
your
emotional
mood?
difficulties.
How's
Why would I lie
that
now?
song?
Why bother lying now?
Many
You know?
passes
So that being
right
said,
by
let's
me.
take these next 3 minutes
It's behind
to
me. Now it's gone. And I can't lift you up because my mind's tired. It's family beaches that I desire. Sacred night where we watch the fireworks. Fighting the babies, and you know they've got to. Flashing lights and the color blind to make me feel that I'm only all I see sometimes.
I'm back. But I also will be right back. We got all the ads. You know we got all the ads. 3 minutes.
Damn cute fit. So my titles, I'm sorry that I was just like singing. I was looking for something. I was not looking at Twitch. So I think this is the one where I talk. Thank you. I was singing Fireworks by Animal Collective. I actually did a cover of that song. I'll link you that too. I think that's the video where I just like go off about Buddhism and a few other things. It's wild. If it's not that one, it might be the one before that. So what I started doing is when I export the videos, I've been trying to do a quick description of like what the stream was about, because that's the thing is like I would literally have to, maybe I have other people help me with this, but I would have to watch every single one of my videos to know which stream is which. And that is a lot of, I mean, if this stream was 3 hours and 45 minutes right now, and my stream last night was 4 hours, you can fucking imagine, like, that would be a lot. That would just be a lot to go through. So, yeah. Yeah. It's, I couldn't do it. But I didn't think to like edit the description because I just export it directly off of Twitch onto YouTube, and it has a pre-made caption, and it's like, oh, you know, as it is doing that, I should just put what it is in there. Duh. Like, why wouldn't I, you know? And I can lift you up from my side, spare me beaches that I desire, sacred night, where we watch the fireworks. Oh, big yawn, big yawn. I don't think people understand. Oh my gosh, this kitty is snoring. It's so fucking cute. What the hell happened to my link tree? Okay. Okay. All right. This is a link. So I used Wix for like, I don't know, years, and I was extremely satisfied with it. And it wasn't until a couple years ago I found out it was more of another country that I don't fuck with, and they were put on the boycott, divest, and BDS movement. Boycott, divest, and I don't know, sanction, I made that up. And I decided, hey, what's up? I decided that I would not take down my website because it does have everything on there and everything that I love and all of my content and everything, but I stopped paying for it. So I no longer have a website because I don't pay. So it's lollythepagemast.wixsite.com/illymilly. Crazy. But the reason I was sharing the music is because the song I was just singing, I did a cover of. It's called Fireworks. And this song is, I had recorded fireworks from my bedroom window and like layered it, mixed it. I don't know what I did. I recorded the fireworks and then I sang over it, and that's it. It's a very simple, it's not much of a cover. But I did cover that song. And I was just singing it, and you said that it was soothing, so I was just sharing like the recorded version. A lot of my music's not good. It's like horror movie music. Not really. I didn't end up doing any readings tonight. I never pulled out the tarot. Road to Nowhere is particularly bad, but Moribund the Burgermeister is a song I'm very proud of. It's a Peter Gabriel cover. It's the first one I ever did. It's like the first, maybe it's not the first piece of music I ever made, but it's up there. Some of the first music. Yeah, because we just talk about stuff. Like, sorry. I don't know what to tell you. I sometimes use other categories, and it's like the people who chatted with me all night weren't really interested in doing tarot. We talked about things on a spiritual level, and we talked about things that we can do to protect ourselves. We discussed the occult, and we discussed things like that, and it's more appropriate to categorize it as tarot because I am a tarot reader, right? But when I do just chatting, it's people don't expect to have those types of conversations, so I use the tarot category. Am I the only one streaming tarot right now? Why are you so upset? This seems weird. Yeah, I think it should be a thing because I would do that. You know, I'm always looking to make money, not working regular jobs. I don't know. It just seems like, aren't we in the tarot category? It's kind of like a snarky thing to say. I am a tarot reader. I got cards everywhere. The plan was to do tarot. Nobody cared. Nobody wanted to do it. Till now, when I'm wrapping things up. I'm not even going to be streaming much longer. I've already been streaming for almost 4 hours. It's time for me to go. Right, but you showed up at the end, so sorry. Okay. There is a delay in the chat. There's a delay in the chat, so I'm sorry. I think that communicating on here and having a sincere conversation is difficult because of the delay in the chat specifically. Yes, agree. That's so funny. I feel like the delay, we're basically saying the same thing at like the same time, but we're not saying it to each other because of the delay and everything. Yeah. I did stream some tarot last night. If you want to watch the VOD, you absolutely can. It's probably like 2 hours into the video I pulled some cards out. And I did a love reading and I did an angel oracle reading. One thing I will do, because I said I wasn't going to stream for another 20 minutes, and now it's already been 15 minutes since I said that. I did a love reading last night. I used my pink deck. That's what I use for love readings, and I cleaned up. I put everything away. I was never going to use that deck tonight. I had two other decks picked out, but like I said, we were just talking. Pookie, we were just talking. Rent. I was going to use my Halloween Oracle for shadow reading, and I was going to use my mystery deck for a personal reading or twin flame sometimes. It's not very popular with me to consider it twin flame, but that is initially kind of like what the deck meant to me, or what I downloaded, so to speak, about the deck. So it is what it is. Those were the decks I was planning on using tonight, but we got so wrapped up in conversation, and people were on here and they were kind of getting to know me more than they were coming to hear about the cards, which I don't mind. I get that some people mind. Like I said, sometimes I do jump on just chatting, or I should have been on the music category because we talked about music so much. But yeah, so didn't end up doing any tarot today. And it's getting late for me. So at this point, we're going to make it at least 4 hours. Stream for another 6 minutes or so. But then in 8 minutes, I have to roll the ads. And I don't know if anybody would really want to sit through the ads when I'm not even going to be streaming. So anyway, last night, pink deck, love reading, cleaned up, put it away. Today, I noticed a card face down on the floor that had gotten away. So the thing is, when I do readings, everything means something. So if a card falls off the table, whether it's onto my lap or onto the floor, I set it aside and read it as a future card. So because this card had fallen on the floor, I would have picked it up and set it aside as a future card and read it at the end. However, I didn't see it. I didn't know it was there until this morning. So I would even say that's pretty far into the future. Now, don't get me wrong, the love reading last night was not good. It was honestly one of the worst readings that I could think of off the top of my head. It was not good. It was not good. I don't know if that would apply to anybody. It didn't apply to anyone in the chat last night. There wasn't really anybody watching. I had a bunch of people chatting with me and talking to me, lurking, and then all of a sudden, as soon as I started doing the cards, everybody kind of dipped out, disappeared, fell asleep, what have you, right? Which is funny, because it's like, as much as people want tarot, as soon as it starts, the whole vibe changes. For real. But I am a tarot reader. I'm very good. So I'm thinking, because I found this card the next day, this is basically pretty far in the future, right? I always tell people future cards are meant to be perceived as at least 6 months from now. You've been following me for 3 years. There's no way you don't know how good I am. Sorry, but it says you've been following this channel since 2023. You've seen me do tarot plenty of times, if you've been following me for that long. And if not, you should have been here for any of it. I used to stream all the time. Actually, by the time you started following me, I didn't stream as much. So I didn't do as much tarot on the stream. Because again, it is my day job. So sometimes I just don't care. Yeah. But you can watch the VOD. You can see if maybe that's... Yeah. I also have a YouTube channel. You can find it in the link in my bio. The card was on the floor, therefore future card. Found it the next day, therefore far in the future. It's Illy Milly on there too. I think you can do youtubes.com/c/Illy Milly or something. But I used to do Zodiac videos on there, and it's not exhausting necessarily, because I enjoy doing it and people really did like the videos, but I was not growing at all as a channel. So now my YouTube is mostly just a dump for my Twitch streams, where I upload them on there, and that's it. That's what it's for. So it's mostly my streams, but I am hopefully going to have a setup again soon, because the last couple of years I haven't had a setup. I haven't had room for one. I don't live here, so this is like, it looks good. It's a setup, but I'm not here all the time. That's why I'm streaming, because I'm here this week. But I'm hoping to have a proper setup in the next coming months, to where I will film videos again and I will stream more consistently. But it's been hard. I also I'm very social. So when I started the channel, I didn't work. I didn't I started the YouTube channel first, and I started it because I was injured and unemployed. And then COVID hit, and so I kept doing it, and then I really didn't work much after that. And then somebody suggested Twitch. I started using Twitch. No. I don't. What did I say that's making you ask about OnlyFans? I don't understand. I don't get how us talking about YouTube and me talking about streaming made you inquire about OnlyFans. I don't get that. Anyway, don't do it. It's not worth it. I don't think people like really truly understand like the implications of having one. If it's not easy. It's not. You don't just take pictures of your feet. A man who wants to see feet can go into public and look at girls with sandals on. Foot fetishes are much deeper than just taking a shot of your feet. And first of all, I don't know if people realize you have to give them your full government name. You have to copy a picture of your ID. You have to give them your address. You have to fill out tax information. You're on payroll, And who even are you, dude? What the fuck? Just because I know about it doesn't mean that I did it. And I don't think people really truly grasp that it's a job in that way, but also that it is has legitimacy to it, where once again you have to give them your government name. Depending on where you live, you don't have to file your taxes. I know that just working independently, if you make a low enough amount, you don't have to file for certain amounts of money. But if you do make good money, you have to file your taxes, and you have to pay taxes on that. And then, any service, you run the risk of being like hacked, and your name and your face, even if you're not showing anything, if you got hacked or the website got hacked or just like the cloud gets hacked and your stuff is everywhere, people might find out who you are. So here's the thing. This is basic knowledge. And if you were thinking about it or seriously considering it, this is stuff that you should know if you're considering it. So yes, this is very basic knowledge, that it is all legitimized like that, and that they do take your ID and they take your real name and they take, whatever. I know people in the industry. I know people with fetishes, and that's why I specifically know a lot about foot content. Shit, the ads. I gotta roll the ads. Okay, that was really weird. I'm pretty sure that just rolled for 6 minutes because the pre-roll timer shoots up to 60 minutes once the ads are done, and it's at 57 minutes. So that just rolled for like 6 fucking minutes. I don't know why it was saying that it was still rolling ads. It definitely fucking wasn't. That's really weird that you would think that. I'm really not sure what your obsession with me is, or who you are, or why you've been watching the stream for so long, all these years, and saying you work a lot. Anyway, once again, basic things you should know is that you're signing up to do the things that you want to do. Do I know what foot guys like and what good foot content is and what you gotta do to take feet pics? Yeah, I do. Am I gonna tell you? Absolutely not, because you're being a disrespectful little fucking weirdo in the chat. And I was trying to be nice to you. We were trying to get along and talk about miscommunications and whatnot. I don't know. Now you're just being weird. So, just kidding. If you want to scroll up, read everything that you've said in the last 20 minutes, and say, I'm just kidding, then you're probably even worse. Probably even worse. Yeah. I mean, when you think about it. Do you know how rude it is to say what you're saying? First of all, sexualizing someone. Second, chastising them for trying to help you out. Third, making assumptions. Then, when you're called out for it, instead of, sorry, didn't know if it would come off that way. Oh my God, didn't mean to offend you. Your first offense is, I'm just kidding. That's when it clicks for me that you are probably worse than even I initially thought based on what you said. You probably also say that you play the devil's advocate. You probably also are one of those people who, if somebody says, don't talk to me right now, you say, fine, I'll just never talk again. That's the biggest red flag of everything that you said, which a lot of it was not very kind. Yeah. Who? You! You literally said you definitely had an OnlyFans. This is insider knowledge, and that's not just casual. What? What? Like, I don't know. Chill people don't fucking do all that. When I was just trying to give you some helpful advice. Yeah, gaslight, manipulate, gaslight, that's you. All day. Oh, I'm just kidding. And now, oh, you're taking it the wrong way. Like, literally classic. Like, I don't know who you are, but I don't. You're a fucking weirdo. And then when you get called out for it, instead of just, like, taking the L, you have to make this about me and say that it's my doing and I'm overreacting and I'm classic manipulator behavior, dude. You're not really fooling anybody. Like, it's pretty fucking weird. You did not what? This is all in the chat. It's all in the chat. So that's weird. And it's all in video. It's all being recorded. What are you saying right now? That's like so crazy. Me laughing at you is not me laughing with you. Just throwing it out there. Me diffusing the situation doesn't mean that I'm accepting it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, everybody sees me. And everybody sees this conversation. Unfortunately for you. So, yeah. Anywho, if a card is face down, I think of it as something you need to know or something that at least needs to be addressed. And if a card is in the upright, it is what it is. If a card is in the reverse, it's the opposite. If it's on its side, it's neither nor. So the card that got left behind yesterday was on the floor, face down, in reverse. Shamanic's back. Hey, buddy. Wait, if all the messages were deleted, then I have no proof of what they were saying to me. I guess if I click them, they're still there. Maybe if in the video... They were being a fucking creep, right? I didn't even know you were here the whole time. That's so funny. But I don't know how that works. In the replay, will all the comments be there? Because I referenced that in the video. I said the whole conversation is right here, but if nobody can read the conversation, then, you know. I was about to leave too. I don't know what the hell happened. And my friend, my oracles, occasionals. Got it. Thank you. Oh, cool. Cool. I want people to see, like, what this fucking person said. You know what I mean? Like, you don't gotta be a fucking weirdo. Anyway. So, the card, face down, in reverse, on the floor. Something about the future that is most likely going to be unknown until it happens, or something you'll have to address in the future. And the card is Death in reverse. If it still is, yeah. Death in reverse. So, if you are in need of love reading, if you're going through a complicated situation, highly recommend the VOD from last night. It was intense. It was not a good read. I was, you know, I had to check myself because I was laughing. So I definitely think of a few people in life that it would apply to. And the thing is, if you don't humble yourself, life will humble for you. So I'm laughing about this situation that I'm reading about, but you know, you never know. You might end up in the situation that you're laughing about. So I had to humble myself, but it was not a good read. And unfortunately, basically what this is saying is that that situation does not change. The current situation that you're in lasts for quite some time. We're talking longer than 6 months, right? Because if I would have seen that card on the floor and picked it up in the moment, we would be talking about 6 months into the future. But because I left it overnight and I didn't get to it until 24 hours later, we're talking further in the future than that, okay? Situation lasts way too fucking long because the situation does not change. Does not change. Highly recommend watching the VOD. It's definitely not for everyone. It's not for everyone. The tarot starts probably 2 hours in, approximately 2 hours in. Thank you. 666 seconds was very funny. I'm not sure where all these people came from or why they joined so late. I'm wondering if they just were watching to get harassed. I wonder what that's about. Yeah, it was pretty specific and pretty brutal. Like, it just wasn't a good situation. It did almost seem more like the feminine was the one getting the reading and the masculine was the one that the reading was about. But the roles can always be reversed, you know? I'm trying to remember your sign. Are you Capricorn? I don't know why I was thinking that. I don't really remember. But yeah, it wasn't good. So this is kind of like the closing sentiments. Aquarius. Okay, so I was close. Closing sentiments of that reading is that it continues for a long time, and yet it doesn't fucking change. And that's tough stuff. Tough to hear. Too damn bad. That really does suck. So, do with that what you will. Be who you are. So on and so forth. But, yep. It's not, it doesn't really get better. It doesn't really get better. It's very much like a kind of, okay, I guess this is what it is. You know, it is what it is. So, yeah, I shouldn't laugh though, because, you know, God forbid I get in a relationship that resembles anything like that reading or anything that I have had the unpleasure of witnessing. Not good, you know. Yeah. So that's my one card pull. I had to finish the reading from last night. So now I think I should go. I was like, gonna leave it was 40 minutes ago. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna hop off. And then, I don't know, people showed up. Conversation kept going. I had to play the ads. The ads took 7 minutes for some reason. It was really weird. I was like, I don't think I'm gonna make it to 4 hours. Now we're going on 4 hours and 30 minutes. That's crazy. I don't know. It's funny too because what did we even talk about all night? It was just me bitching about fucking people. It started off not good because I was like, fuck Coco Chanel. Fuck her. Yeah, you were saying that. It's really cool. It's very exciting. I really wish I was doing that. That would be sick. Yeah. It's funny how much I love streaming. How much I love coming on here and talking and just hanging out with people and even like having discussions and really getting the chance to communicate with people and almost feeling like being a part of something, you know, like feeling like there are people who understand and who get it or who relate or who want to talk about the same things. It's kind of like what I don't know who it was, occasional earlier, was saying is like, you know, people in my real life don't ever want to talk about these things. So it's really like refreshing to have someone to talk to about it. And I agree. It's super cool. It's like absolutely great, really great to do. And so I am excited to hopefully fit streaming back into my schedule regularly, because it is so fulfilling and I do enjoy it so much. And it's just like one of those things where I honestly, thank you. I really don't have a limit on my social battery. It's bad. It's like, it's really bad. I don't know how I got like this, or when I got like this, but this fulfills that need to socialize quite a bit, because, you know, when I'm having conversations with people or just getting the chance to talk and knowing that it might help someone, or someone might agree with my opinion, or even will have a discussion with me about why they disagree, you know, it's very cool. But it's just one of those things. I could spend the whole day, a whole weekend with someone, be on the phone all day, be with people all night, whatever, and then the next day I'm just like, what's next? Who's next? Who can I talk to? Who wants to hang out? All this. Like, I really have no limit for my social battery. It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre. And I think sometimes, like, living alone will do that, where you're like soaking it up at all times. But also I don't even spend that much time alone for like someone who lives alone, you know, like it's pretty crazy. So yeah, it's kind of funny, but I think that I come off as clingy for that reason, because I just like don't have a limit of like how much time I can spend with a person and how much I can socialize. And so it's like, oh my God, you know, whatever. Yeah, and I'm not even good at it. I'm not even good at the alone time, because I'm like, oh, I should call this person, I should talk to this person. Or then what I end up doing is I go online, and even if I'm scrolling, it kind of gives that same feeling of talking to someone to watch a video, or to comment to people, or to like get into a conversation on Reddit or Threads or something. And it's like you're alone, but you are refusing to spend that time alone because you just hop right on there. You know, it's like really, really bizarre. Really bizarre that I'm like this. I don't know. I used to spend a lot of time alone, and I feel like I was more connected to God or Yeshua or ghosts and dead people, and so it was easier to spend time alone, because it didn't really necessarily feel like alone time, because there was so much activity going on in my mind. And then after the break and the meds and the everything, it just seems like it doesn't come on as strong of a connection. I also feel like I was very misled, or the only warnings I got were so scary that I didn't take them to heart. And I do feel like it was a combination of like disregarding and misleading, you know, where it's like, why did I even think any of these things to begin with? And what was that about? And can I not trust this? And I have to trust that, but then I didn't trust myself, and yada, yada, yada. So I got very disconnected from it for quite some time, and wasn't really interested in it. And it's only recently that I am trying to become what I once was, in a sense, or in that regard, I should say. So yeah, it's nice. I like streaming because I feel like, one, it's a little exhausting, right? So it's like the end of the day, and then I'm not like, damn, I wish I had someone to talk to, or I'm going to scroll before I go to bed to make it feel like I'm talking to someone, right? It's like human interaction, conversation, you know, it's pretty good, and exhausting. And so it's like, now I'm ready for bed. Now I'm like pretty tired. I'm still ending the stream a little bit earlier than I did last night, but I streamed longer. But it's just, yeah, it's one of those things. It's just like, that's how I am. I love people. I've always said that I came here in this life for people. I chose this time, this body, this situation for people, for human interaction. Because if it weren't for people, there would be no fucking reason to be here. You know what I mean? Like, I could have been a tree and enjoyed nature. I could have been fucking nirvana and been at peace. I could have been, you know, a wild animal. And thank you. It's my faded pink. It was hot pink for Comic-Con. And now it's faded, but I love the way it looks faded. I know humans are confusing, but like I said, that's just what I'm here. That's why I incarnated into this. Because even if I was like a house cat, I would still be here for the people. I'd be here for the pets. I'd be here for the, you know, the interaction with my humans. Right? So I've always felt that way, where I like incarnated into this life for people, for human interaction. So I never necessarily felt guilty about wanting to be around people all the time, because I feel that's my purpose in this life, is to be around people. And it's very possible that my lesson is to learn to live without people, especially because one of my palm readers, I have a couple palm readers, she said, I think you'll live to be in the triple digits. Bitch, then is everybody living to be in the triple digits? What do you mean, me? Doing what? So, is there a chance that I outlive everyone in my life? Yeah, there is. And that might ultimately be the lesson, is learning to live without. And finally being alone, finally realizing this is it. It's just me, right? And having to go through that and truly accept dying alone, living alone, being alone, and moving into the next phase of life alone. Right? I could die before then. We don't know. But it's a crazy thought to think about. Yeah. This is kind of like what I wanted to talk about tonight, with stuff like this. That's why I stay on the tarot channel. But it ended up just... And the problem is, I love talking about music. And so I'm very easily distracted when it comes to that, because I will do it. Exactly. The stream of consciousness. I will talk about it. I will go all in. I will tell you everything I know about a subject, but particularly the subject of music. So that is maybe something I could or should avoid in the future, of being like, let's not deep dive into like all that, because again, I just ended up sounding like a hater for the most part. But yeah, homegirl is knocked out over here. It's so goddamn cute. Why are there so many viewers now? Why are so many viewers now? Where were y'all 4 hours ago? Could have kept me on track. And also, just lurking. Okay, I mean, that's fine. Thank you for lurking. I'm never going to be upset about that. Appreciate y'all being here. Get my numbers up. That's cool. You know. I should go, though. I'm getting tired. And now it is almost as late as it was last night, even though I started the stream an hour earlier tonight than I did last night. So, but again, just like we were talking about, like, it's so fulfilling, and I love it so much, and I love hanging out, and I love talking to people, and I love. So now I'm forced to end the day, right? Like, this is it. Going. Let's do a grateful list. I'm grateful for all of the viewers that I have right now and always. I'm grateful that my platform still works for me and works with other people. I'm grateful for my friend and moderator, Shamanic Awakening. I'm grateful for getting to spend the week with an animal that I love. I'm grateful for being a girl, and I'm grateful for like pink lipstick, and I'm grateful that I can just sit here and like put my lipstick on, and it makes me feel so good, and I don't even need to like look to put it on, and I really love that. And I'm also grateful for the lip duo of having lipstick with the lip gloss that goes over it, and it's 2-in-1. I haven't used it in a long time, but it's really good. I love it. I really love it. Super fun. So I'm grateful for all the things that I uncovered today. I would love to discuss that. I think I'm gonna stream tomorrow, but I cannot do this tomorrow because I have to get up earlier. Like, I've had the option to, I haven't slept in very late, but I've had the option to sleep in the past couple days, but Friday morning, I gotta get up and move in. Actually, tomorrow I have to get quite a few things done. And I just squander a lot of my time out of boredom or loneliness, or just like, oh fuck, just like that need to socialize, I don't even think it's boredom or loneliness. I've always been able to preoccupy myself and feel like I was in good company when I was with myself. It's a very new phenomenon for me. I don't know what that's about. Yeah. So tomorrow, if I stream, I'm going to try to, well, I had to leave the house the past couple days, and I thought I wasn't going to, and I ended up having to. So tomorrow, pretty sure I'm not leaving the house. Pretty sure, not positive. Pretty sure I don't have to go anywhere. So I'm going to be working around the house, cleaning. I might touch up the blog. I would like to start the stream earlier so that if I want to stream for 4+ hours, I can, and still get to bed at a decent time, because I have a full day on Friday. So I will figure that out. Oh God, it sounds like I have a pretty full day Saturday as well. So yeah, that yawn. I'm gonna go. Appreciate y'all being here. We did our little grateful list. I hope that all of you, either mentally or physically, saying out loud. Okay, baby girl wants me to come to bed too. So I hope you all do a grateful list. I hope that you tune in with me tomorrow if I'm on here, which I'm leaning towards will be, but don't know. Thank you for being here. And after this week, I really couldn't tell you when I'm going to stream again, but like I said, I'm hopefully going to have a setup soon. So I'll feel more confident about streaming, and I'll actually want to stream versus like me just randomly streaming, whatever. Whatever. We'll see how it goes. But yeah. Really was trying to talk myself into doing YouTube videos again and doing like my zodiac readings every week or every month or whatever, but I don't know. I might not have it in me to do all that. So we'll see how it goes. So Twitch is way better than YouTube anyway. So anyway, thank you all for being here. I love you so much. Good night, good luck, and all that stuff. Whether it's morning or noon, whatever it is to you. By the light of the moon. I love you. And I'll see you soon. Okay? Okay. Bye.